mandated to come back to their home country and drive the agenda for NERA. So thank you on that. Over to Pascal.
Good morning, everyone. I'm conflicted because I'm the founder of NERA. I'm also the ED of Pascal. So how do I divide myself? But I'm pleased to be here. Professor John, thank you so much for hosting us and the hospitality. It feels home to be at the University of Nairobi. So I'm not trying to say anything about NERA. I'll try to, although it's very difficult. What is PASCA? Partnership for African Social and Governance Research. We focus more on building capacity, technical capacity, in different areas. Our core mandate is to advance research and training excellence in public policy and governance in the continent. Currently, we are operating in over 26 countries and we are expanding. 3 areas of focus. One is research and evidence, which we are doing research in different thematic areas in public policy. Second is higher education, where we focus on training of masters. We have a master's program in public policy. So for those who are not aware, actually the scholarship, a call for application is out. So if you're interested to study MRPP, the master's program, this is about time to apply. We also have a doctoral program where Professor Johnny comes in because the doctoral program in public policy we are running in 3 regional hubs: West Africa, University of Ibadan, East Africa, University of Nairobi, hosted by Professor Tonya in his department as the chair, and Southern Africa, University of Victoria. This is a doctoral program and master's program which are fully funded. If you apply and you qualify, PASCA mobilize resources to support capacity building in Africa. We also have pedagogy where we train lecturers at the University of Nairobi in terms of the teaching and pedagogical skills. The third element that we focus on is professional development and training, where this also comes in. It's part of short-term training courses that we offer, impact evaluation for public policy plan. We do offer other trainings in different areas on gender, on mixed methods, on advanced research approaches. And currently, we are designing another one, urban planning, for urban planners in Africa. Again, as Professor Jenny said, our training are focused on building specific capacity that is needed in the community. This is an area that we really want to know. So this impact evaluation for public policy is precisely that. How do you build the capacity of public policy practitioners, researchers, demonstrators? And this is the second in the series. The first one we did was in March, we got quite a number of traffic. People who participated, I think from 8 different countries during the whole week. I'm told you today we have I don't know, people from China joining me. But to tell you, this training is actually attracting a lot of people because of the practical skills you're going to learn. I don't think I need to say much. You're going to hear so much of my voice in the course of the week. Allow me to stop there so that formal protocol before we get into the class begins. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are officially beginning. Our facilitator, Anthony Boyange, will take us through the session. We will share the program in the course of the day on how the structure would look like. But essentially, today we'll speak. Just give me a minute to give you an overview of how it will look like.
How are you doing?
I'm sure you have a write-up of what the lessons and the outcomes for how this will look like on each lesson that you're going to be taught. What are the learning outcomes out of that? But today we're going to start off by speaking about learning about impact evaluation for public policy. Just trying to understand the rationale, the why, the how, and the what. We'll also look into the OECD DAC criteria. I'm sure evaluators are familiar with this. It's a gold standard criteria that people use for evaluation. So now the application to public policy, how that works. We have a tea break, and then we go into now, looking at different experimental approaches and designs. RCTs, randomized assignments. What does that mean? Not too technical, but something for you to understand and to apply that to public policy. We'll have a lunch break. And then in the afternoon, we'll focus mostly on reflections, just trying to hear from you on how the session went, getting to hear, have group discussions and trying to see actual projects that people have sent. We had asked people to submit a summary of the projects that are working on. So we'll just try to get a sense of what that is looking at. We hope to at least divide them in different sectors. So have it sectorial projects, if it's agriculture, if it's health, just trying to see how the things are looking around that on the different sectors. Then we'll come to the day. Tomorrow we'll also have a recap of the session. We'll go into more design, phasing, encouragement design and all that. And we'll look into regression discontinuity, basically applying it to the public policy and the context. We'll also have a few discussions there as well. Day 3, again, we'll now look into qualitative evaluation. We've talked a lot about quantitative, but what about qualitative? Process tracing, contribution tracing, impact stories, outcome harvesting. What does that look like in your context in public policy and how you can apply that in your context as well? Then we look at how to design, to conceptualize a program. What does that mean for you? Theory of change. How does that theory of change look like for you? We look again at monitoring evaluation. I know we're talking about impact evaluation, but let's not also forget that we have monitoring evaluation and learning. So what does that look like? The role of impact evaluation. How can you be cost effective? So looking at cost effective analysis and how you can apply that to your context as well. We'll also have a time for reflections and group discussions. And then we'll go now into statistical power analysis. Don't be afraid, but we'll make it very simple for you. Looking at sample sizes, clustering, how to have sampling strategies, and how you can develop key questions for impact evaluation. And then data, looking at data quality, the data protection issues, data collection tips, fieldwork coordination tips, just giving you a sense and a feel of how that can be. And on the last day, we have an opportunity to have a discussion with Anthony Beange, our facilitator. If there's any questions that you may have to help with design or analysis issues, anything that you want to have answered on that day, Friday is the opportunity for that. So I implore on you to really think of these questions so that when we come to that day, it will be a very interactive session. So over to Anthony to start off the session.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Let me see if I can share. Is it coming out? You see it online? Let's see if I can share here. Online people see it? Is it clear? Okay. Is it clear? I would prefer to go. I am. There we go. can go without I think a few minutes out of charge. But well, my task, not so much to move the slides. My task today, can you do this? My task today is to just this morning, particularly this is the first day of this training, is to give you a sense of impact evaluation. And also for those who are more deep into MLE, to contrast what is impact evaluation, why is it important, where does it come from, and how does it differ from monitoring and evaluation. And then what I want to do today is also demystify some of the, what you come to learn, the wrongs that you have been doing in the course of your career. Every time I do this training, the aha moment pops up. Because people ask themselves, oh, so all these years I've been doing wrong things. And I'm pretty sure by the time we finish this session today, you'll be asking yourself, oh, did I give good recommendations or did I give wrong recommendations? So my plan here is to just give you a sense of the impact evaluation. Why do we have it? What is it? And how do we do it? Now, why is it important? We need to design impact evaluation because it helps to do rigorous impact evaluation. Can we move? Is it my? Because I think those who are in the room, they might come. Okay, let me. That's that, right? It's still there. Okay. See? It's okay. That's not okay. Let's do. We'll fix this later. Okay. Apologies for those who are online. I just increased. It seems to show up differently, but at least we fix this. This technology is always not our best ally. All right. As I said, why are we doing impact evaluation? We want to design better policies. So to be able to design better policies, we need to be able to do rigorous impact evaluation. Okay, this is very important. In the development discourse, international development, so much money has been spent on programs, on projects, and very little has been achieved in terms of assessing credibly the impact of such programs and projects and interventions that are being done across the, especially in developing lands. So there was this movement. If those who have been following in the last 2 decades, there has been a movement towards impact evaluation, randomistas, quasi-experiments approaches in development, precisely for that reason. Why? Before these approaches were sort of designed, there was that knowledge gap. Most of these were used in hard sciences, biology, clinical trials, and then they were translated into social policies, social programs, public policy, and so on and so forth. And it's also important for capacity building. Capacity building because we need to create critical mass of African scholars who can actually think deeply and also assess the impact of programs credibly. policymakers in the government, policymakers in the public sector, private sector, social civil societies, they need to have these skills. If you're a civil man, if you're designing interventions in different respects, in water, in health, in agriculture, you need to understand how can you go about measuring impacts. And of course, for dissemination, policymakers, you want to convince President Ruto that this program is working, so you need more money for policy reforms. You cannot just walk in and talk on top of your head. Ad hoc evidence. You need to be able to curate evidence, the science behind it, to be able to convince that this has worked and this has not worked. So we can either scale it up or scale it down. Okay? So what are we aiming to achieve in this trade? One is to appreciate usefulness, impact evaluation for program and policy evaluation. And I'll give an example. I'll give a practical example of the research that myself I have done, research that has been done in other countries, and to show you how I designed the research, how that research was designed to be able to influence policy. And we can talk about your programs, the things that we do as we go along. So we need to identify good impact evaluation. Not every evaluation is an impact evaluation. The differences and how we identify this is a good impact evaluation in business culture. And then propose an evaluation design useful for your current work. And this is where Jennifer referred to. For those who have submitted their short summaries of their projects, we can have some interactions. So you're able to relate the theories, the practice with what you're doing. Because at the end of the day, we hope that when you're entering and when you leave, you'll be different. I'm not sure, Jennifer, they were supposed to do a test. What I usually do, I usually administer the test before we start. And then when we finish, we administer the same test. You will see the difference. You enter in empty, you come out a lot. Most of the time, the test scores that we do, people score 2 out of 60. Very possible. If you think you can score 6 out of 6, I should give you the test. Very simple. It takes 30 minutes, multiple choices. But when you finish the training, score improves to 58 out of 60. And for me, that's an indication of learning. But we don't have the time to do the test. I don't know, Jennifer. Do you want to give them test? Okay, she says no. But I will assume you are at 2 now. By the time we finish on Friday, you'll be at 60. Okay? That's the assumption. The idea is to learn. And then I'll talk a little bit of provide practical skills for effective data collection for impact evaluation. Most often you hear people, I'm designing my questionnaire, I'm doing focus groups, and you don't understand data etiquette. You don't understand the ethics. How do you ask questions when you're in the field? How do you interrogate? These are practical issues. How do you avoid biases? And I have a very good example. One time I was training government officials, or nationwide Kenyan government officials, enumerators, on a government-wide initiative for data collection in 2018 in Mombasa. And then the guy, because of the language barrier, he's Kisii. Those who are Kisii in the room, please pardon me. I know Kisii they struggle to relate to that. Kikuyu they struggle to say right? So the guy was trying to say, he was the chair of the class. He was trying to say welfare. Okay? But the conversation was about Wi-Fi. That they were complaining as participants, the hotel was not giving good Wi-Fi. So he couldn't say Wi-Fi, he said welfare. So I was just doing something else. He was giving an announcement. When I stood up, I said, what are you trying to say, welfare or Wi-Fi? You realize what he was trying to say is Wi-Fi is not working, but it was coming out, welfare. Yo. What I'm trying to say, if he was asking a question in the field, I would be confused as the respondent. But how do we avoid such language bias? That is, will come towards the end. So the idea again, this training is encompassing, is practical. I'll try to pose questions to you. I'll poke you here and there, but feel free to ask questions. Feel free to stop me. Sometimes I speak fast. It's very loaded training. We usually do this for entire semester, but we condense it for 1 week. So the focus is lecture and case studies. I'll give lecture, the usual, but focused on the learner, because I know pedagogy focuses on the learner-centered training, right? Not on me, but on you. I'll be facilitating, but I expect you to stop, to interact, and engage. And also case studies of what has been done. The first part of the training will be a little bit quantitative, so for those who have allergies with math, brace yourself. But I'll try to make it as easy, as enjoyable as possible. Okay, let's get started. Are you ready? Online, are you ready? Are you ready? All right. Here is my first question. We are starting now. And I want to hear those who will answer. Suppose you need an operation and your surgeon is describing the procedure. What would you want to hear? A, this is the first time I'm doing this. I'm really excited because I think it's going to do so well, to work so well, and have great results. B, this has worked beautifully on 10 patients in this hospital already. And C, clinical trials suggest that patients receiving this procedure have much better outcomes than patients receiving alternative procedures. What would you like to hear? How many are saying A? Online, please raise your hand. How many are saying A? I can't see hands here. In the room, how many are saying the answer is A? How many are saying the answer is B? Some of them are like, raise it up so we can. And how many are saying the answer is C? And how many have no clue? So for those who are saying, I want to go, I see two groups, B and C. Those who are saying B, who are saying B, I want to give you a mic to tell us why do you think B is the correct answer. And those who are saying C, find one person who can tell us why C is the correct answer. Is it B? We start with B.
Please.
1 minute.
I would give B. My name is Mbuki Mburu. I would give B because, first of all, there is data saying that, you know what, we have experienced, this is the number of people that have successfully, undergone through the procedure. And the first-hand experience for me as well, in this hospital as well, give me more confidence.
Okay, let's hear from C. Those who are C. She has already represented. Just 1 minute. C.
Hi, my name is James Nyakudi. Yes, I come from DC, but I don't think. So I think more of the confidence that I have in clinical trials, the rigorousness of how things are done, and the protocols that we follow can give you the confidence that now they are ready and what can do the procedure.
Okay. So now if a policymaker, if you're a policymaker, and I'm sitting receiving advice, who should I go for? You see how policymaking is very difficult, huh? And how it can be sometimes very contradictory. B is close to reality, but it does, and as you go along, you realize B is wrong, C is correct. But it's very easy to say B is correct. I will not give the answer, but as we have started, along the way, I'm sure you'll find the answer yourself. Okay, let's see another one. Suppose a pharmaceutical company proposes a new drug for tuberculosis. What claim about effectiveness do you hope regulators are looking for? A, during clinical trials, TB patients recovered faster with this drug compared to other drugs in the market, and no adverse effects were detected. A. B, a set of volunteer TB patients reported large increases in quality of life within a month of administration. And C, this drug has the potential to revolutionize TB treatment. Let's go online. Those who are online, who wants to try to tell us what's the good answer? What's the correct answer? Ronald, please. 1 minute, Ronald. We can't hear you, Ronald. Sorry? Okay, Wycliffe then Ronald. We come back to Ronald. Wycliffe? Can you hear? I can't hear.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me? This is Wycliffe.
Okay, there's a lot of A. All right, let's assume in the room they will present you. Who wants to try? What is the correct answer now? How many are saying A is the answer? How many are saying A is the answer? And how many are saying B is the answer? What about C? Okay, let's go for A. Those who are saying A, tell us. Give a lady, please. Oh, you take it.
Okay, because the company is proposing a new drug, I think A is more elaborate. It explains how patients have recovered faster compared to other drugs in the market. It's more elaborate than BNC.
B says a set of volunteer TB patients reported blood increases. They pivoted. One could equal add B is valid. So the sentences are meant to confuse you. They are meant to confuse you. So you can start thinking that policy making is not as straightforward. Unless you have science and credible ways of thinking around them, it's kind of challenging. Okay? Let's see the last one. So there's double standard. Because most of these approaches, and you realize as you go along, they've been applied in hard sciences, in biological and clinical trials. When they make medicines, when you hear COVID vaccines, they test in clinical observation, in clinical settings. They apply these approaches. But the question we always ask in social sciences and social policy, can we not apply them? And that's the revolution that has happened. That's the revolution that has happened in the last 2 decades. Until, I think 2 years ago, we got Nobel laureate for those who are doing economics in this field. It's because they were able to use hard science approaches that were previously applied in biology, in chemistry, in other hard science fields into social science. Can we subject social policy to rigorous experiments? The answer is yes. The idea of this training is to be able to equip you with the tools on how can you subject social policy, public policy to experimentations, so much so that you are able to come up with credible policy evidence that can drive decision making. Okay? But impact claims are everywhere. These days, everyone is saying there's impact here, impact there, impact here. What I'm trying to say, by the time I finish this session today, you realize you've been saying impact so many times and in the wrong way, especially those in communication. So I have nothing against comms people, but they always tend to blow things out of proportions. And when you read the impact, big headline on the newspaper, and there's nothing inside. If you read with my 4 eyes, my science mindset, I'm like, really, there's no impact here. This is correlation. And correlation is not causation. Today we learn that, cause and effect. So if information campaigns increasingly check up on health insurance. In Kenya, universal healthcare now is a topic of conversation. A couple of weeks, last week we launched an MOU with Kenya Health Federation on the same topic. UHC this, UHC that, UHC this, it has worked in Makueni, it did not work in Kisumu, UHC this, did not work in the pilot counties that they worked. But was it tried in a rigorous way? I'm not going to answer that question, but I believe after this training, you can go and interrogate those data that were used to assess whether UHC was rolled out in a very rigorous way. Increasing teacher salaries will improve their performance and help attract better teachers into the profession. Is it? That if I increase teachers' money, they'll perform better. Well, maybe Professor John can tell us that. I was afraid to mention it, but we don't know that until we subject it to actual. We find teachers that we can give money, we can increase their salaries and see how they perform. And then what is the control group? Those who will not receive money. My friend, I don't know which university is that. Some will give money, but we have to think creatively on how we can actually do that. Cultural backwardness, these are regions are making programs ineffective. So sometimes people draw conclusions that because this region is A, this region is this, then there's this. We've done that in many ways, and there are so many examples where we claim because they have not done this. I know if you in Kenyan politics, Northeastern, there's some characterization in Northeastern, right? Northeastern this, Northeastern that, but is it necessary? Do you have facts? Every time you spend time on Twitter, you see Northeastern this because of this, because everyone is an expert and draws conclusions so fast. And some of them are just empty conclusions. Today, and by the end of this week, you'll be very careful with what you say and how you say it before you say it. This, whatever claims you put forward needs to be evaluated in a scientifically rigorous way. So when you say region A is backward because of A, can you prove it? If you say we increase teacher salary, we motivate them, we increase their performance, can we prove it? And can it work in all contexts or just in a particular context? That's very important. So we need to learn scientific methods. So this training is essentially to equip you with scientific methods of how you can think about evaluating public policy. Why is that important? First, well-being of millions of lives are at stake. When we think about climate change right now, drought and hunger, right? So we want to be able to derive credible evidence that really can transform lives of the people. Because the moment you make wrong diagnosis, what happens? If you don't do good job in terms of doing rigorous impact evaluation, there's a big risk you might end up providing wrong conclusion and policy advice. And people's lives are at stake. For programs, opportunity cost is high because remember, donors are giving you money. They're giving you money against a lot of high priorities. They choose to give your project. Now, if you're not able to document evidence credibly, there's a risk that money could be lost. So opportunity cost is very high. And again, current investment should focus on activities that generate high return. Why should donor give you money? Why should we scale this program? Why should we invest in UNC? What's the return on that? To answer that question, you need to have scientific mindset to understand how impact evaluation works. You don't just go and say, oh, I have this, I want that. What's the return? What does it mean? You might not be an expert in a week's time, but I'm sure you'll be transformed in terms of thinking and asking credibly how do you generate credible evidence. Now, how do you know that program or policy has had a real impact? This is a very good question. How do you know? How do you know that this training will have an impact on you? So I have to create to clone you. I have to clone you with the training and you without the training. So I have to clone you with the training and without training. But is that possible? Can you be in two places at once? But that's what we are learning here. How do we do that in a scientifically rigorous and credible way? What would have happened without the program? This is the fundamental question. We say UHC this, this. What would have happened without UHC? Think of the world. All people are talking of climate change. And the world is becoming hot. Still. Create a dummy world where there's no climate change. And you can compare the effect of climate change to us vis-a-vis to the other world. Think of that sphere where there's no climate change. It's green, it's raining, it's nice. What we call counterfactual. So you should always ask, before you say this program has had this impact, X impact, that impact, ask yourself, what would have happened to that program without the intervention? What would have happened to you without education? Where would you be right now? You might think, oh, I'll be probably on the street. You don't know that. There are people who are successful, they're not going to school. Am I making sense? it's very important to reflect what would have happened without the program. For public policy making, this is extremely important. What would have happened if you don't introduce this? What would be the ramifications? And what happens once we introduce this program? So we can compare. Right. But we will go into details of that as we go along. So the problem with what would have happened without the program is that you cannot observe. That's why I say, if I to clone you into you without the program and you with the program, can you be in two places at once? Can't. The counterfactual. What would have happened without the program? We call it what? Counterfactual. The counterfactual, you cannot see it. In clinical trials, they try to do what? When they give placebo, when they make medicine, they make placebo. They give you a kidonge, a pill, which has two medicines, the other one has nothing. Right. I was reviewing some, I won't mention the fund, I was reviewing some proposals last week on heat adaptation. What's the control group? You're going to try to reduce heat adaptation in Africa. What's your counterfactual? Can I see you without? Can I see you with? We'll see. So the problem of what would have happened without program is we can never observe, you don't know. An ideal setting of evaluating a program or policy is to see what would have happened without that policy. Right? You hear a lot of emotions in politics. This policy passed this law. What would have happened without that law? So that you're able to benchmark and what will happen after the law is passed. Right? But for us to measure impact credibly, we need to estimate the counterfactual. One thing you learn today and throughout the week is at the cornerstone of impact evaluation is the ability to scientifically and credibly measure counterfactual. What would have happened without? That's the question you should be asking. So impact evaluation gives us an estimate of how much the current situation differs from what would have happened in the absence of the program. That's what impact evaluation is. So for those who are doing monitoring and evaluation, I'm not sure you're answering this question. What would have happened without the program? What is the counterfactual? Sometimes when people ask these questions, you say, this guy is too, they're getting too high, but that's the fact. It's not that he's being smart or she's being smarter. It's just that he's asking just the right question. What would have happened? Politicians and politics are made based on ad hoc decisions, feelings and emotions. Those aside, now let's put mind into it. What would have happened without the program? Impact evaluation tries to estimate the counterfactual. Impact evaluation gives us an estimate of how much the current situation we are in differs from what would have happened in the absence of the program. We don't know because right now, if we're implementing poverty programs to do school food stamps for children, we are giving them now, so we see they're eating. But what would have happened if they had starved? Okay, one would argue they'll die, or their cognitive abilities. I always tell this joke. You know, in economics, in health economics, if you are short, it's not because you're genetically short. And I am short. And those who are short don't get offended. There are reasons for that. And that's why in the labor market, in labor economics, the wage is pegged on efficiency. The efficiency is pegged on the IQ, type 2, high type, low type. If you're low type, health economics and labor economics argue, when you're born total, when you're young, and you didn't get proper nutrients. They're linked. But anyway, we'll talk along the way. Sometimes I say, the taller people on average, they get to earn more because the taller you are, it's related to your IQ, it's related to your productivity. But if you are short and productive and you're getting more, you're an outlier. very provocative. What is not me is science. I'm not saying short people cannot earn higher. I'm not saying short people are not high type, but on average, high type, because height is related to nutrition, not necessarily genetics. Of course, genetics has its role to play. That's besides the comment. I just wanted to make sure you are awake. And every time I give this job, people are like, what? Are you insulting? You're not. I just keep saying. All right. So let's move on. Are we? Does it make sense so far? Impact evaluation. What is impact evaluation? Why do we do it, and how do we do it? So what are we trying to answer with impact evaluation? First, what is impact evaluation? Perhaps some of you are wondering, what is impact evaluation? And why is it valuable? Why are we studying it? Why is it important for us to have this knowledge? What makes good impact evaluation? A very good impact evaluation. What are the characteristics? And how do we implement an impact evaluation? Okay? How do we implement an impact evaluation? So let's start off with what is an impact evaluation? Let's start off answering some of the key questions that are impact evaluation. And I'll try to pick on what are you learning from this. So what is the effect? Question number one. What impact evaluation tries to answer? What is the effect of information on risk, sexual behavior, and HIV prevalence? I want you to understand the flow, the way the questions are structured. What is the effect of information on risk, sexual behavior, and HIV prevalence? First question. You don't have to answer, but I want you to be in that mindset. Number two, does contracting out primary health care lead to an increase in access and quality? Do bonuses to salespeople generate more revenue than consumer price discounts? Meaning, if I give bonus to salespeople, they will talk more to convince more customers to buy more. Or if I give sales discounts, more people will buy more. So which one? And do microloans increase productivity of small entrepreneurs? What are you seeing in the pattern here? What pattern are you seeing? Cause, effect. Cause, effect. Very important. Cause, effect. What is the effect of the program on outcomes? What is the effect of this training on your IQ? What is the effect of this training on your capacity to engage in public policy? How much better off are the beneficiaries because of the program or points? If you're going to, last year we did a program in some of the slums, 6 slums in Nairobi, early childhood development. The Upward schools. Who's familiar with Upward schools in Kenya? Okay, Upward schools, these are preschools that are informal, that are set up in informal settings in Kenya. Because parents can't afford to say, Serikali, the government does not offer preschool that is consistent, especially in informal settings. So there are those individuals who have decided to set their own schooling. They're called Upward. Okay? And they are the ones who are training these young people, children, preschoolers, who can't afford to go to government preschools, or rather, when they are not preschools in informal settings. Now, to what extent Upward schools interventions help to prepare young Kenyan for primary school? Because the first 5 years of formation, this is what I was talking about, the height and weight. The first 5 years are very important for our growth. Formative years, the first 5 years of our growth. Whether you're going to perform well in school or not, your cognitive abilities, they are contingent on how much investment is being done between the first 5 years since you're born. How would outcomes change if change program design? So if we choose to tweak the program, how would outcome change? And is the program cost effective? Traditional M&E cannot answer this question because they have cause and what? Cause and effect. And I'll distinguish what is MAD and what is impact evaluation. So what is an MAD? MAD, for those who claim MAD, I know evaluation, I can assess impact. Today, we are going to usher you, we are going to clean you proper. So after today, you will go and say, hey, now I am much better. So if you claim to say MAD is everything, you know, if you take a step back, breathe in, breathe out, you're going to be shocked. So what is traditional MAD doing? It's a continuous process of what? Collecting information with the goal of comparing how well a project, strategy, or policy is performing against expected results, or to inform implementation and program management. That's what MAD does. Does MAD tell you if this intervention causes this? Does MAD tell you if you give a child $10, it will improve their welfare? But it will track. $10, did you give to a child? Yes, that's what MAD does. It will track. So it's very important. I'm not trying to undermine MAD. I'm saying it's very important for process. If we plan to disseminate these books, have they gone to what do we need to get them? That's what MAD does. But whether that book has had an impact in learning outcomes of a child, MAD can never give you the answer to that. Impact evaluation can give you that answer. What is an impact evaluation? An assessment of the cause effect of a project, program, or policy on a beneficiary outcomes. So if it's a policy, public policy, UHC, it's a policy, right? What's the impact of UHC? UHC is meant to bring and make better Kenya, health Kenya. Someone argued the other day, health, environment, health people, health economy. Forget environment. Health people, health economy. The classic debate of disease and development. The classic debate of disease and development is, but there's what we call reverse causality. I'll talk about it. Which one starts? It's a chicken and egg question. Health and then development, or development and health? Because if you're healthier, you're likely to earn more income, you're likely to develop still. But at the same time, if you're developed, you're likely to put in place systems that can provide better health care. So which one starts? Should you start to be developed first, or should you start being healthier? Are you sure about that? Eh? Because if you're healthy and then you're not developed, so what? Anyway, again, I am trying to poke you. So an assessment of the causal effect of a project, program, or policy on beneficiary outcomes. We estimate the change in outcomes attributable to an intervention. Two things are important. How do we know the program caused the observed effects? We say UHC has improved healthcare in Kenya. How do we know that that's truly the case? The only way we can know that, what did I say? Counterfactual. To ask the second question, what would have happened without UHC? What would have happened without the program? Very important. If it's a public policy, what would have happened without public policy? What would have happened without this intervention, that intervention? Very critical. Online, are you following? Okay, I want people to be able to follow. Okay, this is very important, and I'll show along the way, I think on Wednesday, the complementarities in the program design. Where does the MND fit in? Where does impact evaluation fit in? Where does the cost effectiveness assessment fit in? And you see how they align together. Second question, why is impact evaluation valuable? Why is it valuable? Why should we care? I think we have a sense. Why do we evaluate? Number one, We need evidence on what is working and what is not working. You don't have that evidence unless you do impact, not monitoring, impact evaluation. Monitoring will help you to know how many resources you've spent, are you on track, you're not on track, why, but it will never answer impact evaluation. So we need to evaluate because we need to know what is working and what is not working. And this is very important because we have limited budgets and bad policies could hurt. Before we pass public policies, we need to think and evaluate. And that's why policymakers in central governments, they tend to play with what we call policy scenarios. What if scenario? What if, what if, what if? They ask those questions, right? What if, what if? We evaluate because we want to improve program or policy implementation. For example, if it's designed on eligibility, if it's designed on benefits that we're supposed to offer, social protection in Kenya. I'll use an example. This is the public policies, right? Or CBC, free education. Okay? Who is eligible, who is not? Social protection in Kenya, cut-off point is when? What's the retirement age? 60 or 65? 60. You're not sure. Could it be to do with operations? And we evaluate because information is key to sustainability. Budget negotiations, we want to inform beliefs in the press, we want results, agenda, and aid effectiveness. Is it working? Is it not working? We need to evaluate. So there's no doubt why evaluation is important, right? There's no doubt at all. The question is, how do we do evaluation? Which is why you're here, because through how, you learn how actually the tools. But before we go to the how, what makes a good impact evaluation? What are the key features of a good impact evaluation? If you want to evaluate, what would be the things that one would expect to see for your evaluation to be characterized as good? Now, first, how do we assess impact? Let's give an example. How much does safe water intervention reduce diarrhea? Let's use that as a question to work with. How much does safe water intervention reduce diarrhea? So the intervention here is safe water, right? The outcome is diarrhea reduction. That's the outcome we're targeting. The cause is the safe water. The effect is reduction in what? Diarrhea. Okay. So first, what is the incidence? What is the beneficiary's diarrhea incidence in the last 3 days with program compared to without program? Meaning, how fast did you go to the toilet before we give you safe water and after we give you safe water? If I'm to put it in layman's language. And you never know, maybe you might have died because diarrhea is not a joke, right? So if we have to compare in mathematical terms, and I'll try to explain the terms so that you're not confused, especially those who don't like numbers. Alpha means an impact. You can call it any letter that you like. Okay? The first term says this is the outcome Y, conditional. This is conditional. You know, economists, mathematicians, we like to write our ideas with numbers. In other social sciences, they don't write. Yeah? I'll write a line, you write 2 paragraphs. I'll summarize them in a line. And this is what it says. The outcome, alpha, is the difference between what would have happened, the outcome given conditional on getting the intervention, P equals to 1. So here, this is the group, this is the average outcome effect. You have gotten water intervention, this is what you get. Minus the outcome of conditional on not getting what? Intervention. So this is you after getting safe water. Yeah. This is you before getting safe water. Put together. Online, I hope you're following. Now, compare same individual with and without program at the same point in time. We'll come back to this. So you're comparing apples against apples. Here, the key point is same point in time. So you're comparing the same individual, you with water and you without water. Right? The difference between the outcomes in your level of satisfaction or diarrhea is what we call the impact. But I said before, can we see you in these two scenarios? We can either see you here or here. We can't see you in both. And our challenge now in impact evaluation is to estimate you without the problem. Because we know you with them. Come together. Does it make sense? My friends in the M&E, now we are seeing a difference. Are we together? Let me finish the last question, and then maybe I can pause for a few minutes if you have questions. So, as I said before, this is you. This is the same person we're trying to observe. Alpha is the impact. This is the diarrhea incidence. This is you when you have received the intervention, and this is the same you without intervention. We can't observe you in two states. We can only observe you in one state, either with the intervention or without the intervention. Now, for us to be able to say whether that intervention has had an impact on you, we need to imagine you without the intervention. Are we together? We need to imagine you are counterfactual. We need to imagine others called control group. We need to imagine you are clone without the problem. At that particular point in time, then we can compare. We can compare your imaginary you with the real you with intervention, not before the intervention, at that point in time. Now, so our problem is that we can't observe that. We can't observe you in two states. Okay? So what would have happened to you without that water intervention? We don't know that. But for us to be able to say whether that water intervention or that public policy intervention has had an impact on people, we need to credibly be able to estimate what would have happened without such policy. What would have happened without such intervention? So what we mean, estimated impact is the difference between treated observation and counterfactual. Treated meaning you have received the intervention, right? The counterfactual is the control group that has not received. We never observe the same individual with and without the program at the same point in time. We just mentioned that. We can't have, unless we clone you. We have, even if identical twins, there are some differences, right? So we need to estimate counterfactual. Counterfactual is key to impact evaluation. So if you are doing your doctoral studies, you want to do the impact of this policy, blah, 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 blah. You might want to think along these lines. And we will see when math and quantitative approaches can't work. What about qualitative approaches? And see how you can work it. If you're a master's student, you're writing a thesis, the impact of this policy, I'm pretty sure by the end of this training, you'll be equipped with the skills to think around problems and how to address them. Of course, I think by the end of the week, we provide materials to read, the books that you can refer to, websites, links. And before you know it, you'll be on your way to writing very impactful policy pieces. But again, this time around, you will not just be writing big language without substantiation, right? You be careful. The impact of this, impact of that. Take a step back, breathe in, breathe out. What would have happened without program? And you realize I don't have a point here. Close, go drink your coffee. Right. Until you can answer what would have happened without the program, please don't go out there on Twitter and start making noise. Okay? So, how do we know this is a good counterfactual? They cloned you, treated vis-a-vis counterfactual. First, they must have identical characteristics. It has to be you, seen in two states, with the program, without the program. The only reason we see change in you is nothing else except because of the intervention only. The only reason we are seeing changes in particular sectors, it's because of the policy that no other confounding factors. And we will look into how do we actually think about other confounding factors. And the reason why, for example, people talk about randomization, what are the assumptions we need to draw on particular approaches so that we are ruling out potential confounders. Because otherwise, perhaps the intervention's impact you're observing is not because of the intervention, it could be because of something else. So we have to be careful, and this is why we're going to do this. So no other reason for differences in outcome of treated and counterfactual. The only reason for the difference in outcome is what? Due to intervention. And that's why in biology, in HATSA, they put in a clinical setting, in a lab. Because in a lab, they control the environment, they control the temperature, they control, everything is held constant. And then they give the rats something. Before you know the rats, they say because of what they've given them. Because otherwise, maybe temperature, maybe weather, maybe, I don't know, could affect, could contribute, could confound the intervention. So they try to rule out any possible other factors that could drive the impact, the outcome. They rule it out. And they want to make sure it's only the intervention, it's only water that you're drinking that will reduce the diarrhea, and not because you get a baby and the baby, your grandpa gave you some, those juices, medicinal juices, and then you can't say, it's because of good water. No, your grandpa gave you medicinal juice. He thought it was juice, it wasn't juice. Okay? Okay, let me, yes, so it's very important to estimate the counterfactual. Now, so here is the myth. I know most of you have done this several times, and you were convinced, probably you're not even in good peace, before-after comparison. Before it was this, after it was that. There's impact here. You've gone and written English mob. My friend, before and after is cloud. If you compare before and after, which I know most of you have done, you have always been consistently wrong. If you have ever done analysis compare with or without, you have consistently been wrong. That's hard for you to solve. Imagine you've been doing, oh, my son, before and after, it's because of this. No, my friend. And I will show you why that is the case. If you're using before and after analysis, because you're saying after and then before, right? Before is your counterfactual. This is after the intervention. The difference is the impact. And you go to the media and noise, oh, I've done this analysis. Before it was this, after it is that. Damn wrong. Oh, without the intervention, the 4 countries got UHC, the other ones did not get UHC. With or without, there's an impact here. You call the media and you start talking, there's an impact here. Are you listening? Police leader? No. And I'll tell you why. And I say, by the time I finish these slides, you'll break for tea, you'll be asking yourself, okay, so did I give advice before and after to that governor? Oh my God, I was wrong. I probably killed people. That policy, did I give it with or without? Oh my Lord, Lord, you go to church to pray or to mosque to repent your sin. It's part of learning. So before we start, I want to stop here for a few seconds. Questions? Few questions. What time is? Right? 10 minutes? Okay. So let me now demystify this before and after comparison. We are still in the evaluation, and I'm setting context. We have not even started our approaches, none of them. So before and after comparison, most of the time we say before and after, this is good. Every time we do, what was it before? 10%. Now it's after, 20%. Oh, there's an improvement. This has worked. But what you don't know, before it was 2 years ago, what happened in between you have not known. Right. So we want to understand why before and after is not a good comparison for defining counterfactual. So let's go for after school for reading program. We're going to use this as an example. So this is the score of a child, the orange panel on your left, for those online, scores before the program. And on the right, scores after the program. In between, we are saying this is after school reading program. Your children are in school. After school, they go for a reading program. And suddenly their scores improve. Your attribution is false because of the after school reading program. Because before their score was 2, now score is 10. But one thing, there are so many unobservables that you don't see in between. So attributing the after school program only could be wrong. And here I'm going to show you how. You see in between. This child, this is the parent, right? When they go home, what is this child doing? The parent is reading to the child. Do you factor that in? You don't. But of course, they still have after school reading program. But when they go home, what about peer pressure within the class? What about their cognitive abilities? Because they are growing every day. And because they are growing, their ability to harness and capture things also grows. You don't see that. Do you see that? You only conclude, oh, scores are increasing because of the after school program. But there could be so many unobservables that you don't see. This is what I'm trying to draw you closer. It could be peer pressure. You can't see the photo clearly. It could be support they get. It could be growth in their cognitive abilities. All of that could contribute to their abilities to read better, right? And to even score better. But these are the things that you don't see. What you are seeing here is after the program, before the program. The difference is because of so much. It could be reading. It could be the after-school program that they read in class. It could also be because of the peer pressure. They're seeing that other kids are reading. They're motivated. It could also be the support. It could also be growth in their cognitive abilities. And all of that could tell you the difference between before and after-school program scores. But because you are concentrated on before, after, you do not observe anything in between before and after. There could be so much that has happened that could still explain your outcome. But you don't see it. You see why before and after is biased. Especially when you have a period of time that has passed before and after is what? Because there's so much that could have happened in between that you might not be able to observe. So what you are seeing here, the difference in after school program and before school scores is actually a combination of so many things. It could be a combination of the reading program as this. It could be a combination of this peer pressure. It could be a combination of the support. It could be a combination of growth, cognitive growth. So if you're concluding and you're telling the policymaker, this public policy, we should invest more, put more money in after-school program, believing that after-school program will enhance children's outcome in terms of readings, you might be giving wrong policy prescription. Because in reality, it's actually more than just after-school reading program. That will also, so what you need to do, which is what you're supposed to learn in this week, is to isolate, to remove these. That's why in a clinical setting, I say they control the environment, right? So we need to control this. Now in social policy, in public policy, how do we control for this? That's part of learning. One way is experimental approaches, you randomize. Another way, quasi-experimental approaches, you invoke some of the assumptions. Depending on the approach that is relevant to talk about. So I hope those who run to before, after, from today, you take a step back and say, anyway, I've been writing before, after, as you argue. Before it was this, you speak with all the emotions and the world is trembling to hear your voice. Only you're talking emptiness. But now you take a step back and reflect. What about with and without? Because there's no difference. With and we didn't have this, now we have this. Here is the impact. Let's see. Let us demystify this. So again, we're using the same example. With and without comparison. So with the after-school program, so there are children who have access to the after-school program. You're comparing with children who don't have access to after-school program, right? And your argument is students who are getting access to the after-school program, they read better than those who are not into the program. The with without. That's the premise. Those who are getting UHC, they are far better than those who are living in Karen are far better than those who are living in Kibera. That part everyone is quiet. But is that true? Today we can tell it. And you will see that there are systemic differences that usually are not captured in the with without that can bias the contribution. Because comparing someone who is living in Kibera and someone living in Karen, open qualities, my friend. That's what I'm trying to draw your attention to. You're comparing participants and non-participants, and you expect them to be equal? How now? So here you have the green one is with the program, the yellow one is without the program. You're comparing, you are in this class and someone who is not in this class, and we're asking them, do you know impact evaluation? What do you expect? Are you the same? You're in class, you are learning right now, and someone else who is outside not learning. And I ask them, what is counterfactual? Who is better placed to answer? You are better placed to answer than them, right? They probably argue for before and after, but you will not argue before and after anymore. Now, let's see. So there could be pre-existing differences between these two points. There could be what? Pre-existing differences. One, it could be growth. Others, it could be one group has TV. I might not necessarily have to be in the after-school program to be able to read better. Maybe at home I have access to TV, YouTube, you know these children, right? They might still read better than those who are in the after-school program. It could be food, nutrition. Carrot is food. It could be nutrition that enhances their ability to their cognitive abilities, right? It could also be motivation or willingness to try new things that have nothing to do whether I'm in the program or not in there. But if you're using with without as a basis to draw a conclusion for a policy intervention, you see how wrong you can be. You can be very wrong because you're not observing these. There could be these observables, there could be unobservables, intrinsic values, intrinsic motivations that you can't see. So it's not because they have the program, that's why they're reading better than the others. And it's not because they don't have the program, that's why they're not reading better. It can be deep. Are we together? What I'm trying to draw your attention to, with without comparison for drawing policy evidence is flawed. Before and after for drawing policy comparison is also what? Flawed. Now, one of the approaches to combine the two, it's called difference in difference, which we'll talk about again tomorrow or after tomorrow. And I will show you when you combine the two, before, after, with, without, it becomes extremely powerful tool. But you cannot use them in isolation and to try to draw policy inferences that are causal. So what we see with, without, it could be the after-school program, but it could also be observable differences. It could also be unobservable what? Differences. Now, as a policymaker for public policy, you need to have these in mind. Before you write a long piece, a long speech to President Ruto or Gachagua or Rigiji and say this is because they're politicians, they will take it. And if it goes in the wrong direction, the repercussion will be on you. So that's why the policy making requires sober minds. You don't see them on TV. These people are hidden. They are the thinkers. They are the people who chew these things before they sanitize, put in a very nice paper, and send it to the president. Needs to be subjected to this. So if you're a police analyst in the ministry, you're a police, you need to, these are the things, this is your job. Before you write a piece and send it forward for consideration, you must have chewed. You chew these things. They won't think for you. They'll just ask, what is the politician? What's the impact here? What's the money? How many votes can I get out of this? That's it. So if you cooked it in the kitchen, my friend, you might as well throw your country somewhere in the wrong direction. And that's why you see public policy making is a very detailed process. It's the importance why we need to teach people who are interested in public policy and governance issues history. Because it equips you with critical mind to think and question things before you put them down. Research and evidence is key. So before I conclude and we break for tea, what is wrong from this group? Which is what I've already hinted to. So what we see, before we go to that, there is what we call selection bias. So when you do with without, and I'll talk about selection bias in a very nice mathematical way. I said before, our problem is to identify what would have happened without the deal. Now, knowing what would have happened without the program is always tricky. Why? Because we can't observe the counterfactual. Now, for us to narrow down and make sense and try to clone the counterfactual, we have to use different ways of thinking. And one of them, that could lead what we call selection bias, and I'll talk about it. Selection bias, for example, in the with without, you're concluding that with without, the difference is the impact, and it will be a selection bias. It could be because you have chosen those in Karen, there are those in Karen who are of low IQ. Very possible, is it not? There are those in Kibera who are type A, high type. They're there, they're tall people. There are short people in Karen too. In Lavington, in Muzaiya. The big shots who are living there who are short. It doesn't make them the high type. But maybe it could be other factors, selection bias. Maybe their dad lives there, maybe their uncle, maybe because they are connected. We know how it is played, right? I'm trying to draw this example home so you can relate. Okay? So what is wrong? One, selection bias. People choose to participate for specific reasons. So with without comparing participants and participants is flawed for that reason. Many times reasons are related to the outcome of interest. Somebody will choose, for example, to relate, to engage in a particular program because they have vested interest. And we cannot separately identify impact of the program from other factors because there could be other observables and unobservables that could gain into affecting the outcome. What does this mean? What does this mean? I have said before and after has its own flaws. With without has its own flaws. We have talked about some of these flaws. What does this mean? What we need to know, suppose if with or without, or before after, all the reasons why someone gets the program and others not. They're very important. Again, if you're a policy analyst, you need to think, why is this person getting this program? You need to understand the reasons. So you're able to rule out potential confounders. Okay? And if I speak in econometric terms, you can account for them in regression analysis. And we'll see how we do that. All the reasons why individuals in the treatment versus in the why are they in the control and treated group? If they self-select themselves, the selection bias, right? And that's why we do randomization. We throw a coin. So there's no one who knows full where. That randomness is credible. Because if you know you're going to be in that group, you have self-selected. Then there's no impact. It's biased. You knew where you want to be, right? The idea is you shouldn't know. And in cases where we can't randomize, which I'll talk about, what kind of assumptions can we draw so that control and treated, counterfactor and treated group can behave in a particular way? Very important. If reasons correlated with outcome cannot identify separate program impact from other explanation, so if there are correlations between, if there is a relationship between the reason why you are getting to it with the outcome, then it creates bias. Are we together? So our job as policy analysts, public policy practitioners, as evidence champions, is to think with that evidence and to try to make sense. What does it mean for the research that we do, for the policy that we're going to formulate, for the advice that we're going to give to the government, whether in health, whether in agriculture, whether in education, whether in think of any sectors. These approaches, the thinking is constant. Do we have solutions? Okay, what are the possible solutions? We need to guarantee comparability of treatment and control groups. Remember I said, otherwise you'll be comparing what? Apples and what? Oranges. Do you want to do that? With, without, before and after? The only remaining difference, if they're comparable, if you clone me, the only difference between me and my clone will be because of intervention. Because everything else is the same. So in this training, we'll look at experimental design, randomization, we'll look at quasi-experiments, regression discontinuity, difference in difference, we'll look at matching, we'll talk about instrumental variables, talk about synthetic control methods, and how are they applied. A huge chunk of these methodologies I've used them in my own, so I'll share some of the research that I've done and how it shaped policy organizations. So, I know we're almost getting to 2. So if the solution will involve knowing how the data generating processes, we'll talk about data. That's where it comes last. Data generating processes. We'll talk about experimental design for policy making, for social policies. How do we do randomization? All of this. And then in case we cannot randomize, when we can't do experimental design in social policies, can we do quasi-experimental methods? The answer is yes. Under what conditions can we apply quasi-experimental methods? And how do they work? And finally, the last question, how to implement an impact evaluation? First, what are the implementation issues? You need to know what to evaluate. What are you evaluating? For your thesis, for your consultant's work, for your doctoral thesis. This is a chapter. I want to evaluate the impact of this policy on that. The master's, the doctorate. A consultant, you're given task. Tell us the evaluation of this. Okay? How to make evaluation impact points. How can evaluation impact points? Okay? And finding control groups. We'll talk about retrospective versus prospective designs. We'll talk about making the design compatible with operations. We'll talk about ethical issues. And finally, we'll talk about data. How do we coordinate impact evaluation and monitoring systems? And why data collection is very important. Robust data collection, effective data collection is critical for good analysis and for good impact evaluation. And for good impact evaluation. Okay? All of these, they are rotating like that, they're intertwined. Okay, just briefly, let me see how far I am. Yeah, we're almost there. Now let me go now talk about OECD DAC criteria. Because so far I've challenged you, evaluation. But let's talk of the standard practice that is being used, especially in development age. OECD DAC criteria. Okay? Can someone tell me what the DAC stands for? Those who are in the monitoring and evaluation space, they should know this. You can Google, it's online. Yeah? You can cheat. I allow you to cheat. What does DAC stand for? OECD is clear. DAC. Black. What does DAC stand for? What does it stand for? Okay, I'll leave you to find out. But there are six, I'm told there are sevens, and I've not followed out the sevens. But there are six. When you think of designing, and I'll come back to this later when we're doing program designing, theory of change, and whatnot. There are six criteria for evaluation. One, coherent. Okay, let me start with relevance. When you're doing evaluation, you have to think, is this evaluation relevant? In other words, when you're designing programs, relevance is key. Think about it. Is the intervention doing the right thing? So you want to design an intervention. You want to design a food system for children. Is it relevant? Is it doing the right thing? Or you're just wasting money? Number one. Coherence. How well does the intervention fit? Maybe there's a joke a friend of mine said the other day in the group that there was this village where malaria seemed to be the problem from the researcher's point of view. Okay? But what the villagers were struggling with is rodents because they eat the harvest. Researchers from the top schools, they said, that place must have malaria. These people are dying because of malaria. But they were dying because of harvest. Rodents are eating harvest. Researchers did not know. So they went to the village and said, oh, by the way, we want to help fix this malaria problem. Villagers said, oh, you want to fix malaria problem? Fine. We will help you fix your malaria problem if you help us fix the rodents. You see what I'm saying? You see the pan? We will help you fix your malaria because you conceive malaria is a problem here. But what we see, malaria is not a problem. What we see, rodents are a problem. Coherence. So you're designing an intervention on malaria, but the problem is not malaria. The problem is what? Rodents. And this is where we talk of co-creation, demand-driven engagement from the bottom. Effectiveness is the intervention achieving its objective. What does the intervention make? This is the impact evaluation. So if you think about that criteria, impact evaluation falls under impact. So you see, evaluation is broad. Impact evaluation is a sub-component within the bigger discourse of evaluation. Effectiveness, relevance, and that's why we do cost effectiveness, cost-benefit analysis. Okay? Efficiency, how well are resources being used? This is where monitoring and evaluation can come in. And sustainability, will the benefits last? Or after the intervention, the benefit will dissipate? Okay? So where are we going to go? This was just welcome to the course. I hope you are inducted properly now. Or is it confusing? So this is how we're going to do the coverage. We'll do all of these methods, importance of evidence for public policy. We'll do the tools, identification strategies, sample power calculation, type 1, type 2, and all those who run away from probability. I'll talk about in a way that is engaging, not in a way that is scaring you. Operational issues, qualitative evaluation, talk about data collection, and as I say, we're using case studies, work on evaluation designs that have been submitted, and we'll use practical examples. Any question? Let me stop there. Maybe we can, how long is tea break?
So since we've eaten up time for tea break, let's have 10 maximum 15 minutes so that we can cover the next session. Thank you.
Okay, so should we be back at 11:20? Those online, 15 minutes, please. If we can be back in 15 minutes, that would be lovely. Okay? All right, thank you.
The guys online can be hard here, so we need to fix that. I think when I do Mangoza hardware compatibility. Yeah. We can in a host, so we can use this. Watch out.
Inaweza fit. Utasikia sana.
Yeah, I think it's about
Should
interrupt
serve-
the freedom.
Should serve the same purpose.
Is it because to interrupt freedom?
Yeah, physics.
Kuna njia ya kurestart this feed?
Nitoke nyingine.
Yeah, you could try. You could try. So,
Najua ndio umegusa wapi.
Sasa mimi niko host.
Sijatoka. Shemeji yako. Shemeji yako stand.
Sijatoka nataka kujoin. Niko na mbili nimejoin. Tena
Nifuate.
June, can you hear me? Edwin, are you there? Hello?
No, another no, he can. Now he can.
Hello, can you hear? Like, can you maybe speak one more time?
Hello, Edwin and team.
Perfect. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, I think it is dissolved now.
Yes, that is done.
You're welcome.
It's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, we are back. Edwin, if I do full screen, does it show the same? Is it showing full screen? It's coming. Wamefungua kule nyuma. Yeah, but people can pass through here. Huh? It can't be. Let me log off and then log in.
Do you know if we have any hardware compatibility?
Huh?
And now they also sorted out people online can ask you questions and you can hear them.
Okay. Let me log in. And how is it so far?
I'm very happy. You can have online
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. Log in.
Yeah, and don't forget you need positive.
Yeah?
Even as Siri kind
But on.
What has happened there? When you switch screens, this is what
Oh. But online?
this is what we are seeing on there.
No, yeah?
Here's another suggestion.
When I do
sharing.
that, I see my.
Let's try this. Stop sharing. Have your go to share. I've now shared desktop. Share desktop.
Yeah.
Desktop is that. Share. And go to the slide. Display.
Full screen. Why is it?
Because and, is it? So when I click here, remember when we did that, this.
Just share this.
Ama ananipigia simu. It's a bit strange. Stop.
Of the view here? No, that's not affecting.
You go to your display settings. That's it.
Stop mirroring.
Let's try that.
I want to try to share.
No.
It,
Stop mirroring.
yes, it's not mirroring.
I have an idea. Hit play, then go to stop. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it.
In display. No, it's not working now. Let's do it this way.
Since now you're disconnected, you don't have an extended.
Yes. But now, if I pick your call,
Thank you.
just a minute here. We have some tech issues here. So now.
So now that's effective. This is now effective.
Effective?
We'll have to.
But it has taken away because of the. So that's why we need to do it here. The display settings.
You have to connect it, I suppose.
An alternative, I could restart the whole machine.
Can I try it?
Mhm.
Connect it there.
Try. It's hot because of the. Okay, it can't. I'll now disconnect from there. Scroll down. Scroll. Mira, mira. It's showing there now.
So what I wanted to check, it stop me out of it.
It stops, you go back. So mira.
What happens to main display?
It shows here, it doesn't show there.
So tukiwa hapo, fungua here.
Onyesha. Just do mirror. Should you extend?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's try sharing the screen.
We'll figure it out.
Now it's okay, it's here. And then you want to share the screen. So if you share the screen, what would happen? Share the
Try that, but it's still taking him to presenter mode.
Let's continue with what, then we'll fix that in the afternoon. Otherwise, you could use your computer. It's an alternative. But otherwise, let's continue so that we don't waste more time. Okay. But not for online.
You're not sharing on Zoom?
I'm not sharing on Zoom. In here inaonekana, but nikishare ndio hiyo ananiambia, but inaonekana half, si ndio?
Ikiwa tu hivi, on this mode, it will be visible.
It's visible when you say presenter mode.
Presenter mode ndio inaleta shida.
Ndio inakuwa iko half. Achana nayo, tutafanya tu hivi. No problem. Okay.
Yes, it's on now. Let's go back quickly. So with without sometimes is called enrolled or not enrolled, right? Participants, not participants. You can name it anyhow. I said before and after pre-post analysis is flawed for reasons that I explained before, right? Enrolled, not enrolled, or with or without. You're comparing apple and what? Oranges. And you expect to make sense out of that because they're incompatible. Sindio? Now, how then do we derive causal inference? So I'm going to go into experimentation now. But before we go into experiments and randomization and whatnot, I want to sort of make sure this point goes home when it comes to before and after. Why are they false what? False counterfactuals. Okay, because I'm sure some of you are still trying to make sense. Really, is this guy telling us the truth? I'm not trying to get you anywhere. I'm trying to tell you the truth. Before, after, with, without are false counterfactuals. Okay. Now let's take an example. Unfortunately, if I don't do, let's try to roll it a little bit up so you can see. Okay, there you go. Let's try. I'm going to use a practical example. Okay, and then I'll bring home with an example for a project that was done, a very famous project that was done in Mexico. Our objective is to estimate the causal effect impact of an intervention P on outcome Y. Okay, that's our causal effect. That's what we want to do. We want to estimate the effect of impact the effect or impact of intervention P on outcome Y. Remember, P is the program or the treatment. Y is an indicator or a measure of success, an outcome. It can be health outcome, it can be educational outcome. You think of it any. Okay? Now, this is our objective. And I want you to be able to. So in terms of math, how do we specify this causal inference? So what is the impact? So essentially the question is, what is the impact of P on Y? Remember what is P? P is our program, the intervention. Y is the outcome. So what's the impact of P on Y? So if we have to specify in terms of causal inference, the key question, what's the impact of campaign on voting outcomes, right? Maybe that's a very good example, given we've just come out of election recently. That's why politicians, they go kijiji pa kijiji, village by village to campaign for voting. But still, we know youth did not go out and vote, despite all the campaigns. Okay? So what's the impact of political whatever on voting turnout? So if we were to specify that, if we were to specify this, beta here is like alpha before I just changed, like the impact, the causal impact. And what is this? This is the expectation. This is the expectation. Now, those who have allergies with math, pause and listen to what I say. Don't watch on what is on the screen. Expectation is the average outcome. No, in mathematics, expectations means averages, right? Probability. Those who have done expectations. So here, expectation of what is Y? Remember in our specification, what is Y? Y is our outcome. Okay, a measure of success. What's the program? P. So expectation, average outcome of Y1 given, this is conditional. This bar means conditional, okay? Conditional, oh, remember Bayer's rule in probability. Conditional, you had P equals to 1. P equals to 1 meaning you have what? You have received intervention. So this first term says the average outcome, you would get conditional being part of the project. Conditional on receiving the intervention. This is the average outcome. Minus the difference with what? The average outcome of you not getting the intervention. The difference between the two is the impact. That's what we are actually interested in, right? So if that is the case, then we can go home. We know what the answer is. Can we go home? Yeah, we should stop. Training is over. The impact is what you see, what you can observe with the intervention, and the difference with what you cannot observe without the intervention. But can you do this? Can you see yourself? Can you observe the counterfactual? The answer is no. So we can't go home. You're here to stay. So there is a problem of what we call missing data because of the unobservables, so the counterfactual. You cannot observe. So in this case, this is our specification. This is exactly what economists do to estimate the impact. They are not doing magic. They are essentially running a regression to estimate that parameter. That's what they do. Forget about the numbers and the letters, Greek words. They're essentially running a regression that does that. It estimates beta by taking into consideration those variables. That's it. Now, here is the challenge. For program beneficiaries, we observe this part, the first part, the Y conditional to P1 is observable because you are seeing somebody getting an intervention. We've just drank tea. You see them. So you without tea. Now we can't observe you without tea because your tummy has tea already. But we can observe you now because you have tea. Right? If I ask you, can I observe you now without tea? I have to imagine. You get what I'm saying? So the beauty of evaluation is we can observe this. For example, if it's household food consumption, why? With a cash transfer program. No cash transfers. Once we give money to the household, we can see how they consume because we have given them cash transfer. Cash transfers are social protection programs. They're public policy programs, right? But what we cannot observe, but we do not observe this, the second term. We don't observe that because the moment we give the household money, we give them cash transfers and they start consuming, we have to clone them without the money. Is that easy? Not easy. Not easy. Okay? So we do not observe YO condition on PO. The average outcome given you in the absence of what? The intervention. Food consumption without cash transfer program. We can observe food consumption with a cash transfer program, but we cannot observe food consumption without, unless we find a similar group with similar characteristics that do not receive. And I'll talk about the Progressa program that was done in Mexico, the very famous program that was the essence of cash transfer programs in the world. Okay? We can observe household food consumption with cash transfer, but we can't observe without cash transfer. Unless, if you say this is the household, we have to find a similar household of similar characteristics on average, that without cash transfer. Of course, that has an ethical consideration. Why would you give them money if they are similar in characteristics and they're all poor households? Why would you give them money and you don't give this money? And we'll talk about this later in the design issues. When you think about designing, there are different types of design phasing. Maybe you start rolling out to these ones while the others are waiting. When they're waiting, they become control group. When those ones who are receiving now, they become treated. Those are some of the things we'll talk about, okay? This ideally, if it was in presentation mode, this was supposed to pop up to make you alert, but now it's popping up with everything. So what would have happened what would happen to Y? Y is the outcome in the absence of P. That's our problem. And what we call counterfactual. The key to a good impact evaluation is a validity counterfactual. Before and after, with without gives you invalidity counterfactual. It gives you false counterfactual. That's very important. And that's the message that I want to take you guys to take home today. Now, I'm going to go slow because we are about to get into the math a bit. But it's not, don't worry about the numbers. Get the logic right. You're not in an exam room. You're here to get knowledge, right? Once you get the logic right, the rest is easy. For those in academia and those who are writing academic papers, you need to get the numbers right. I'm sorry for them. For those in policy space who are looking into the issues, the logic, once you understand the logic, the rest is easy. So counterfactual, our counterfactual, remember, now I've changed beta to D as an impact. Remember, the impact D is the difference between the average outcomes, okay, given you receive the intervention, the cash transfer, the average consumption, that for that matter. The first term, E into bracket Y conditional P equals to 1 says is the average consumption of a household given their conditional on getting what? Cash transfer. What is the average consumption? That's the first term on the right-hand side. The second term is the average consumption of a household given they are not receiving cash transfer. But we can't observe that, can we? Because it has to be the same household observed in 2 states. But we can only observe in 1 state, the first term. So our problem is that counterfactual. That is our problem. Okay, so expected outcome for non-participants had they participated in the program. That's if they had participated in the program, what would be their expected outcome? What would have happened without program? That's another way of flipping the question. What would have happened to you without the program? Now that we are seeing you have already taken tea, what would have happened to you without tea? I should have asked that question in the morning. Huh? Now that you have tea, can I tell what? Huh? See, precisely my point. So what do? And we need to observe that to make policy. Because the recommendation you're going to give on whether there's an impact or not, you need that term. You need the second term, which you cannot observe.
But you're basing this discussion basically on the after. Why don't we start by planning when you're going to do a treatment? We observe before. We know we have a treatment, but we observe before and then we introduce the treatment.
Thank you. We'll come to that. That's baseline. We'll come to that. You're thinking ahead, which is good. We'll come to that. When you're doing randomization, how do we do it? We need to do baseline first. We'll do that. Balance checks. I'll talk about all of those things. Okay? But here, I'm saying for you to derive a point home and say there's an impact, you need those 2 terms. The challenge you have is you can observe one, you can't observe the other. Then what do you do to configure it? That's where methods come in. So all these you're going to learn today is to try to estimate the other thing that you cannot observe. Okay? So now let's try. What is this? This is exactly here. So there, remember, it's EYO conditional to PO, meaning average outcome without the program. Here you have no program at all. This is the average consumption a household can consume without the program. But there's another way of flipping the argument. And this is where the logic comes in. Expected outcome for non-participants had they participated in the program. What does it say? Kumbuka, this is YO. It's not Y1. Remember, Y1 is when you are receiving. This is the current consumption given you are getting cash transfer. But here it says we are hypothesizing and say, what is their average level of consumption should they or had they received the cash transfer? Here you are saying YOPO is the consumption without cash transfer. Here you are saying what would have been their consumption if they had received cash transfer. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay. Now, here is where the math comes in. Kidogo. I'll go line by line. So, you know, in mathematics, I'm trying to unpack the selection bias. In mathematics, I don't want to write because should it be the time? Can you? So that they can see. Okay. Maybe now I should use the whiteboard. This is the time I need to use the whiteboard. Can you all see? They can see online, right? I hope you can hear. So in mathematics, if I have 5 plus 1 minus 1 equals to 5, right? So if I have 5 plus 2 divided by 2 equals to 6. What I've done, I've added 1, so in any case, 5 plus 0 is as good as 5 plus 1 minus 1 is as good as 5 plus 2 minus 2 equals to 5. Are we together? So if I've added 1 and subtracted 1, it remains the same. Remember commutative, distributive laws of mathematics, laws of numbers, number properties. Do you remember? So I'm just trying to apply, and here, don't get confused. I want to be able for you to understand there. So here, what we have is, the first term is clear. The first term is clear. This is the average household consumption given they've received cash transfer, right? The second term is clear, right? The second term is clear. Average consumption without cash transfer, but we can't observe it. The third term is what would have happened if this household, to their consumption, if this household had received cash transfer, right? So if I add the same term and I minus the same term, it's effectively 0, right? Are we together? Are we together? So the last two terms is like 1 minus 1. But in math, since I've not added anything, it's like implicitly I've not added anything. But I can use that additive nature to manipulate the equation without necessarily affecting the overall thinking. Because what this means, I've added 1 and I minus 1. It's 0. This 2 is effectively 0. This is what remains the same. Okay? So now, if that is the underlying assumption you understand, if we manipulate these 4 terms, what do we get? Let's see. So if we move this term here with negative, this with negative here, what we have here, the first term is the average consumption, okay, given cash transfer, the average household consumption, the expected average household consumption given cash transfer, minus what would this household have consumed if they had received cash transfer. Are we together? So now you see, you are comparing the same periods. The difference is in their consumption levels. Are we together? Don't forget this term. This term is what would have happened to the household consumption had they received cash transfer. It's imaginary. Here you're saying what has actually happened to the household now that they have received cash transfer. The difference between the two will give you a term, and I'll talk about it. And then if I move like terms again, this is positive, this is minus, so positive and then minus, we have this beast. This is another term that says, which is equivalent to this. What would have happened to household consumption given if they had received? They have not, if they had received. So this is an imaginary term. Okay? Minus what would have actually, what is their actual consumption without cash transfer? What we have here, this makes sense. This is comparable because you're comparing two household consumption. They have received cash transfer, right? So you're comparing Y1 minus Y0, their household level consumption. So what we call average treatment effect. Here it will give you the effect because these are the two households, one with cash transfer, one with their consumption if they had received cash transfer. Does it make sense? I know this part is always confusing. After here, it will be downhill. Very important to understand here, okay? The remaining beast, because remember, what would have happened minus what is the actual consumption without cash transfer is what we call selection what? Selection bias. What impact effect evaluation does is to rule out selection bias to 0. When you are able to rule out selection bias equals to 0, what is your impact? Your impact is equivalent to average treatment effect. Are we together? Remember, impact, evaluation, cause, and so these are the people with the intervention. These are the people, what would have happened, because this is more ideal. But this term is not observable. And you can introduce selection bias. Now, in the randomization case, how do we address selection bias? By randomly drawing participants to treatment and control group. That random selection removes selection bias because you don't know which group you fall into. And I'll talk about that. So randomization automatically, that's what it's called, it's considered golden standard in impact evaluation. When you do experiments, by giving anyone equal chance of being selected, you are removing selection bias. But in case you can't randomize, the quasi-experimental approaches, they draw assumptions, and those assumptions, they impose on selection bias. So for you, if you can't randomize, sometimes, and most of you will say this, okay, I've done my project, I did not randomize from the beginning, now I have the data, what do I do? Do I throw them away? No, they're useful, which means you need to know different approaches, which is why you're going to learn. So if you can't randomize, that means you have to use quasi-experimental approaches. Now, if you're going to use quasi-experimental approaches, you need to know from one approach to the other, what is the assumption on selection bias? What quasi-experimental approaches do is to impose assumption on selection bias. The goal is to rule out selection bias. If you rule out selection bias, this is gone, what do you have? Your impact D equals to average treatment. Effectively, that means the actual consumption given you have received cash transfer minus what you would have consumed if you had received cash transfer. That's heavy. I'm sure you're feeling hungry already. The tea is gone. Eh? That's heavy, no? And I tried not to use the whiteboard. Does that make sense? Oh, it's getting more confusing. We need to get this right, because whatever I'm going to do going forward will be based on here. Yes. Yes. What would have happened to you if we had given you 10 million right now, compared to me who has 10 million right now? I'm saying, what would have happened to my consumption? I have 10 million. You can see my consumption. But I'm trying to find another me who is you, and imagine what would have happened to your consumption if you had 10 million like the one I have. Yes. That's the idea of doing that is comparability. That's very important. And that's why I said here, you see, they're all in P1. They're all receiving what would have happened to me without. You get what I'm saying? We're not comparing with without here. It's the same me you're comparing in two states. It's the same household in two different states. One with consumption, another without consumption. And what would have happened to this household with cash transfer? And what is actually happening with this house with cash transfer? That's the difference. No, we'll see. Yes, there's a hand there.
Yeah, I was just trying to distinguish the first question and the second question. Beyond the minus and the plus.
Here, this part.
So the very first one.
Here.
The first question.
Oh, juu, kule kabisa. Sorry. Okay? This one.
Yes.
It's the same. This is exactly what I was saying. But I manipulated. Here, I added 1, I minus 1. Effectively 0. But if you agree with me, and this is the proof by contradiction sometimes. In mathematics, those who are doing math and doing proofs, I've just added 1 and deducted 1. So essentially, I've not affected that equation, have I? So then I can go ahead and do the manipulation. What I've done effectively is 0. So whatever follows here follows from that logic. Mathematicians would be happy, but non-mathematicians would be like, what are you talking about? Yeah? So the first part is exactly what I said on the board. This is 1 minus, well, the same terms. I didn't, you see, they're the same, right? They're the same. I added and then I minus. So it's like 1 minus 1. Does that affect the entire equation? The answer, it doesn't. Can that allow me to do the manipulation I wanted to do? Yes, mathematically it's acceptable. But that should not be the issue here. The issue is to understand what I was trying to drive you home here. The last bit, the last line, this is what you should be thinking. All impact evaluation try to estimate this. This. And now we know what this is. This is the difference here we are talking about here. But to estimate this credibly, you need to address this. Selection bias. Are we together? And to do this, you can't just use this on your sleep. When you do before, after, selection bias is there. When you do with, without, selection bias is there. Now, what are the approaches to address that? Are we together? And we're going to start. Okay? No question? Yes.
So the selection bias becomes that other bracket.
These two. This is your selection bias. Yes. This entire term is your selection bias. Okay, this is more theoretical, but when I start doing it, you will see. But what I want you to know, remember, impact evaluation is average treatment effect plus what? Selection bias. Our goal is to estimate this. This is cause and effect, which is here. Okay? And then this, we rule out this. How do we rule this out? That's why you're here. Yes.
Somebody asked that you repeat the explanation again.
Which one? What? In the room, are you clear? Online, are you confused? I'm sorry. We will come to that. Don't worry. This is good for grounding, so that when I start running randomization, I'll keep referring to selection bias. But I wanted to do this, I wanted to confuse you a bit, to make you wake up, so you're grounded. That's the essence of this. Okay? You don't have to be an expert today, but I guarantee you, by the time we start getting to the details of the projects, how it was done, it will become more clear. What you need to know is, when we are doing impact evaluation, cause and effect, we are trying to do two things. We want to estimate average effect of P on Y. Remember, P on what? On Y. But at the same time, we have to address selection bias. It could be what you said, policies, the confounding factors, selection bias. It could be before, after, apple, oranges, there. It could be so many things that could confound that impact and nullify the impact. They need to be accounted for there. Impact evaluation approaches and methodologies, they are focusing on addressing selection bias at the same time estimating what? The average treatment effect. That's what impact evaluation does. All the mathiness you see economists write, all the nice models, they are trying to address these two things. Okay? Okay? Good. Now, let's now go to more practical. So those who are not following, please stop writing, focus, and pay attention. You'll get there. We're going to have practical examples. You will see how counterfactual selection bias comes into play. So how do we estimate the impact of P on Y? Remember now, this is our impact. It's not 0 here, because 0 is a selection bias. Remember? It's a counterfactual. So this is the impact. The first term, as I said, is your actual consumption, given you're getting what? Cash transfer. This is what would have been your consumption? Okay, are we together? Makes sense. So we observe this. This is the outcome with treatment. Outcome Y with treatment, P. Y is the outcome, P. You received cash transfer, this is your consumption. Outcome with treatment. Are we together? And what we estimate is this. This is what would have happened to your consumption if you had received treatment. Are we together? This is what we're trying to estimate, the counterfactual. So what is the impact? The D plus ATE plus selection bias. The impact is outcome with treatment, which is the average treatment effect, minus what? Counterfactual. And how do we get a good counterfactual? Use comparison or control group that is comparable. Before, after does not give you that. With, without does not give you that. And now you understand why before, after, with, without is wrong. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? If I've not convinced you up this far, well, I should stop teaching. Yeah? I should probably stop teaching. If there are questions, you let me know, Jennifer. Now, I'm going to use Matonya in Tanzania. I'm a Tanzanian. So in Tanzania, there are Matonyas. Oh, slide is, let's see. I wish I could put, oh, this is okay. It's what it is. So in Tanzania, when I was growing up, for those who have been to Tanzania, Dodoma, those people who beg on the streets, they're called Matonya. I'm using it here so you remember. If you've never been to Tanzania, at least you're going to go to Tanzania. They're Matonyas. In Nairobi, how do you call them? With your English, too many English, too much English. This is Nagonga Kiswahili. We call them Matonya. Matonya is actually a Swahili word. So you've added your vocabulary today. So Matonya are the beggars, right? The people who are begging on the street. I'm using Matonya so I can drive this point home. The beggars on the street. What is the impact of giving Matonya an additional pocket money? This is the money on their outcome, which is candies, the consumption of candies. Okay? And you'll see what I was trying to say. So what's the impact? If I have Matonya, let's say I am Matonya, because Matonya is a very, I don't want to compare anyone to Matonya here. Otherwise I'll get into trouble. Assume I'm Matonya. Yeah? What's the effect of giving me additional money to buy candies? How would you go estimate the impact of that money on me as a Matonya? How would you do that? You need to find my clone. You need to find another Matonya, me, without additional money, right? Remember, don't forget counterfactual. Very important. What would have happened to me, Matonya, without money? Okay? Are we together? Is that what you wanted to say? Or you wanted to say something else? But how would you know what is the impact? The question is, what is the impact? Don't forget that. Cause and effect. What is the impact of giving me, Matonya, an additional money? I already have, you're giving me more. So that means maybe I have a certain baseline where I'm actually consuming candies already, but you're adding more. And you want to see whether I'll consume more or I'll consume less. You're arguing maybe I'll consume more. You never know. It might surprise you. I might probably consume less. Why? There could be a lot of theoretical reasons for that. Okay, and you can unpack that in your report to the president. Why are they consuming less? And I'll give an example of what happened in India, where vaccines are free. COVID vaccines are free, right? Why uptake is not there in Africa? Because people believe when I get vaccinated, I become small. There are so many beliefs. Pasga right now, we have a project in 4 countries, in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, Zambia, and Malawi, health ambassadors model, where we are trying to understand experiment. We're trying to understand the impact of health ambassadors model, using community health workers to train them to speak with people that will change behavior response on COVID vaccines uptake, because vaccines uptake is still very low. Not because vaccines are not available. Even when vaccines are available, people don't go. So that one, I have not even gotten my child. I don't know, what am I putting in my body? There are mistrust issues that you are not capturing in your model. Okay? We'll see. And I think you'll appreciate more some of these behavior response, why they apply these approaches, especially for public policy. And COVID vaccines uptake now is a very relevant area that we are intervening. Now, let's see, what do we do now? So we need to find a clone. So here is Matonya, me, and here is my clone. Why do you think we need a clone? Because we have to have similarities. Otherwise, you'll be comparing apples and what? Oranges. Okay? So we need to find a clone. We need to have you in two states. Of course, with computer, it's possible. In real life, it's not. Yeah? Now, here we have Matonya with money. How much are they consuming? 6 candies. Here, we have Matonya with no money. What's their consumption level? 4 candies. What's the impact? 6 minus 4. We have ruled out selection bias. Why have we ruled out selection bias here? Because both Matonya and Matonya clone are the same. Are we together? They are not different. If they were different, 6 minus 4 would have been wrong. The with without. The before after. But here we are saying the impact is 2. Why? Because this Matonya and this Matonya, are there any differences between them? We look at the photos. What is different between them? They have the same size of nose, they are smiling, they have black heart, except that one has more money than the other one. In other words, all the other conditions are the same. The only reason why we are seeing the impact is because of the intervention. Additional money on one Matonya and no money on its clone. Are we together? Yeah? Does it sync? Online, are you following? They are following. Does it make sense? So if you struggle to understand the equation, the numbers, is it coming real now? It's becoming more clear. Okay? Now, how do we do it in statistics? So you have so many Matonyas. Here I use just one example, but omba and beggars on the street, there are many. Okay, how do we do it? So we have those who, so suppose you go to low income settings, informal settings, right? Kibera, Mavare, Kayole. You want to help those in needs, right? You pick those kids who are coming from low income family, socioeconomic status, right? This is the group, you have many. And you want to give money to some and not to, how do you do that? Of course, if you give them money, their consumption level will be higher. These ones, they don't have money, consumption will go lower. The difference between the two groups will give you what? The assumption here, these two groups are similar in characteristics. Okay? So this is like what I was saying. This is what I was saying. What would have happened to your consumption had you been exposed to the intervention, right? What would have happened to your household consumption if you had received cash transfer? That's one group. And this is actually what is actually happening given that you have received cash transfer. The difference between the two, given that these two groups are similar, tells you what? The impact. So it's very important to find good comparison groups. We want to find clones for the Matonyas in our programs. So now you're evaluating a policy. What policy do you want to evaluate? Anyone? Maybe you've been thinking during tea break. What policy in Kenya? Oh, online. Do you have people from which country? Okay, those from my country, people. Any other country? Tell us. We want to hear also other countries' experience because there are people who are joining. I was told they're people from China. I don't know. Maybe they should tell us in China, what do they do? Tanzania, online. Are you there? So we want to find clones from attorneys in our program. So if you're designing a policy, this is why I say it, before, after, with, without, now you know. You have to be able to, there's one? Fertilizer subsidy scheme, and we have an example in that in this conversation this week. So fertilizer schemes, you give those with a certain plot of land, right? Even right now, it's actually a policy issue. What does the government do? I don't want to say it. I want the Kenyans to say it. Me, I'll just second it with my analysis so I don't get into trouble. Right. What does the government do? Subsidizing what? Who is receiving, who is getting fertilizers and who is not getting? So you can actually go and do impact evaluation of that policy because you know when it was launched and where it was targeted. It's a very good study. Just wait for some time. Perfect study. Although you would wish government to do it in a way that is scientifically rigorous, which I hope they did. But if they went with politics, probably they started dishing, oh, what's your name? Today, oh, okay, give that one. The selection bias is humongous, but I hope that's not the case. Okay? If you were in the government to roll out that subsidy program, you'd probably be thinking along these lines, right? Who should receive and why? And how should it be rollouting matters a lot. When you roll out a program matters because it defines who receives it first or who receives it last. And what does that mean for impact assessment? So treatment and comparison groups should have identical what? Otherwise you're comparing what to what? And because of their identical characteristics, the only difference that will explain their outcomes is the intervention, nothing else. Because if their characteristics are not the same, then possibly the difference in their characteristics could explain the outcome and not the intervention. Are we together? Possibly the differences in their characteristics, it could be income, maybe I'm coming, if we are poor, we're all poor. But if I'm coming from a health family, obviously I'll consume more candies. So if you're comparing me and another kid who is given cash and they consume, you might not even find an impact. Why? And you would wonder what is going on. But you're forgetting that me and that kid, we are not on the same category, statistically speaking. Okay? And it doesn't have to be one-to-one. It has to be in statistical terms. Okay? In practice, use program eligibility and assignment rules to construct valid counterfactual. And that's why I said we are dealing with selection bias. And selection bias, all the approaches you're going to learn is to address selection bias. Okay? And we use either assignment rules or we use the eligibility criteria. For example, eligibility for receiving, as I said, fertilizers. Why should this one receive? Why should this one not receive? Eligibility for pensions, to define whether this policy has an impact or not. Eligibility for school fees, for scholarships. Scholarships, they usually have cutoff point. You have to pass a certain grade to receive scholarship. Great. The eligibility rules. So you can even assess the impact of scholarship on students' performance by using cutoff rule. And we'll talk about that. I'll show you an example of a program in Colombia that actually used that to assess primary and secondary education. Okay? Now let's go to a case study, to the real life of what actually happened in the world. The National Anti-Poverty Program in Mexico, which is called Progresa. The National Anti-Poverty Program in Mexico. This happened after the financial crisis, the Latin American financial crisis of 1997. It was worse for the Mexican government. To save those who are most vulnerable, they decided to start oportunidades. They call oportunidades. I don't speak Spanish, but it's Progresa. Opportunity, oportunidades, I don't know, something like that. Okay, it's very famous. You can Google, you can read about it. That was the foundation of all cash transfer programs that you hear. governments in the world are talking about. It started in 1997, shortly after the financial crisis. It targeted 5 million beneficiaries by 2004. And the eligibility, whether you're receiving that cash transfer or not, was poverty index. Meaning, if you're poor or not poor. If you're poor, you receive cash transfer. If you're non-poor, you do not receive cash transfer. But to measure the impact of the program, remember, you need to both treated and what? Counterfactual. Okay? What were they given? Conditional on school and healthcare attendance. So it was conditional cash transfer, meaning parents, mothers particularly, were given cash to boost household consumption on 2 conditions. Make sure umepeleka mtoto shule, the kid goes to school, and make sure you send the kid to the hospital for regular checkup. Remember what I was saying before? Because cash transfer was given to improve consumption, nutrition. So they wanted to measure metrics on education, outcomes, and also health. Are we together? They wanted to see whether the good food you eat has the nutritious impact on your cognitive abilities and other things, whether diseases, whatever, for children in particular, stunting, dwarfism, were being addressed. Okay? So here we are going to see how before, after, enroll or with, without, and then we'll go and talk randomized, see the differences in the way the impact was assessed. So here, this is the case study. We have Progressa, the Mexican project. It was a rigorous impact evaluation with rich data. They targeted 506 communities with 24,000 households. Okay? Baseline was done in 1997. And then a follow-up was done in 1998. So what did they do baseline? To answer your question. Before the project was rolled out, so they know these are the communities that are going to get, these are poor and these are non-poor, right? To make sure they are similar, what do? You conduct baseline. And I'll talk about that when we talk about randomization. They conducted baseline and they did what they call balance check. Remember, control and treated group, they have to be similar in characteristics in statistical terms. So the reason why you conduct baseline before points implementation is to be able to compare whether these 2 groups are statistically comparable. Very important. And that's why you see, we always say, let's do baseline first. Even the monitoring and evaluation, people do baseline, right? They do baseline, they do midline, they do endline. The only difference is they compare endline and midline, they conclude is impact. That's where we differ. When they compare outcome in midline or endline and baseline, I say, oh, baseline it was 2, now it is 10. The difference is impact. But they don't account for anything that happened in between. Okay, that's where the difference is. Okay, now, so they did baseline. The idea of doing baseline is to rule out any differences. And if there are any statistical differences, they can account for them in the analysis. You need to account for them. In other words, when you run a regression, you can partial them out. You add them as variables in your equation because that removes, you are accounting for them. So whatever size the coefficient you're going to estimate, it will be reduced. This is slightly difficult language, don't worry. But what I'm trying to say, if you discover that between these 2 groups, there are differences, in your analysis, those differences need to be accounted for. Now you can account through regression analysis, the way economists and other quantitative guys would do. But if you have another better way of doing it, do it. But you need to account for those differences so that the 2 groups are what? Similar in characteristics, in statistical terms. They don't have to be one-on-one, it's statistical average, statistical significance. So here, many outcomes of interest, but we want to focus on one. What is the outcome of interest here? Consumption per? What's the intervention again? Conditional what? Cash transfer. What was the conditions? 2 conditions. They're giving you cash transfer. What do you do as a mother? Take your child to school. Take them to the hospital for checkup, right? Regular. Okay? So what we want to measure is what is the effect of Progressa, P, on food consumption. Impact is an increase. So here is the condition. If an impact is an increase of $20 or more, then scale up nationally. So they gave themselves a benchmark. How do you think programs, people decide scale up or scale down? Once you have done an impact, you want to assess, we can do also cost effectiveness. If this impact is above this, then that means it's impactful. Scale it up. Okay? If it has not reached that target, don't. And take a step back to learn why is it not working. See, lessons learned, very important. And this is where you need M&D people. Because they'll tell you what is not working, maybe process did not do well, maybe here we missed point here, we did that. Monitoring, evaluation, and learning, male coming. So male people are very important. And if you're a male person and you have this additional layer of skills, you are very powerful before you realize it. Okay? So what is the effect of progressor P on food consumption per capita? Why? The condition here, if this impact, if consumption per capita increases, okay, more than 20%, more than $20, increase it, scale it up. The impact is bigger. People are consuming more. That means the program has what? Impact. Now, what's the eligibility criteria? Okay, so remember, it was given based on poverty index, right? Poverty index from 0 to 100, if you put cutoff at 50, let's say, or 60, those who are above 60, that means they are rich. They are non-poor. Those who are above 60, they are poor. And this program targeted who? Poor or non-poor? It targeted poor people, okay? So here you have two types of Matonians, three types. You see those who are wearing white hat, black hat, and these ones, they live in Karen, these ones. These ones, the Karens, even the type of hat they're wearing, they're very fancy. And then you have the red one, okay? So you have two categories. You have ineligibles and eligibles. Ineligibles are those who are poor, are rich, non-poor. Are we together? And eligibles are those who are poor. Are we together? Remember, this cash transfer targeted who? 506 communities that are poor. But within the poor, there are also subcategories. Let's see what are those. It doesn't show, it doesn't play the animation where I would want. Anyway, it will come back later. So here you see, you have the white, the black, you have those who are not enrolled. So even within the poor, not everyone will get it. Are we together? Even the poor who are eligible, you cannot give everyone. We know the reason why. So resources are scarce. You can't give everyone. And that's why when we do experiments, we don't do for the entire population. We do for a segment. If it works, then the government can raise resources to scale it up and give it to everyone else. Are we together? So within these eligibles, there are those who are not enrolled, and there are those who qualified and got enrolled. Okay? Let's see. Now, let's look at the impact. Ideally, this plays out if I do with full slide mode, they play with animation, but eventually you see this. It comes slowly, bit by bit, but now I have to do full here. So the first part is, so this is the baseline. TO is the baseline, right? This is when, before the intervention, we collect data on your demographics, socioeconomic characteristics, your age, your health, whatever, anything. We do baseline. Height, we have the data. And then we introduce the intervention after that. Remember, intervention, we have two groups. We have poor and non-poor, okay? And we do baseline for all, both categories, control and treated, poor and non-poor. Here, T1 is at end line, yeah? M&D people will get me there, end line. So what was the baseline? Here, what did they consume? Right? At the end line, B, what did they consume? So this is the baseline. Here, C is the what? I wish I could play my animation visually so you could see. Let's see. Those online will be affected. They show half slice, right? They're showing full. Huh? Could it be your computer? Yours is fine. Maybe that's okay. They are seeing my, okay. Because if I do that and if I wonder if this is, because if I do with clicker, I understand why. See, now it plays out very well. See the animation. Okay. So there you go. So this is the baseline. This is what they're consuming before and after. First counterfactual number one. So now we're going to go, I'm going to show, because that was the case for progressor. What I need to show you now is, let's analyze progressor using before and after. Let's analyze it using those who are enrolled and those who are not enrolled. And then we'll analyze it again using randomization, and you'll see the difference. So let's start with before and after. So this is baseline. They're consuming 2. Then you introduce the intervention, give them money. At end line, they're consuming 6. Okay? So if you were to do before and after, what will be your impact? 6 minus? Eh? What will be your impact? 4. Right? Because it's before. But we know the actual counterfactor is how many? The counterfactor is what? So this is what you would have measured as an impact, A minus B. So you would have overstated the impact. We'll see that. So the impact, if you had to do before and after, it will be A minus B. 6 minus 2, which will give you 4 candies, right? But in reality, remember the case I mentioned before. In reality, so that's A minus B. In reality, what is the actual counterfactual? Because when you do before and after, you only observed 2. But actually, the counterfactual, they are consuming what? 4. Because you can't observe everything. That's the point I'm trying to drive home. The gaps with before and after. So you ended up understating the before to the expense of overstating the impact. While the actual counterfactual is not 2, it's what? It's 4, and the overall impact is not 4, it's 2. So with before and after, there's a risk of either overstating or understating the impact. Okay? So you see, when you do that, the actual impact is what? Because the counterfactual is not B. Counterfactual is what? But because we are doing before and after, you said before it was 2, after it was 6. Right? But the actual comparator for 6 is actually 4, not? Are we together? Are we together? Does it make sense online? Are they following? So, if we are to do it again in numbers now, let's do it properly with animation. The problem for you guys, you start to see this. You are seeing what I should be seeing to tell you, but now it's like I'm listening to you. So in 1997, how much did they consume? 233. Okay? So that's the consumption level. Sorry. And then in 1998, after the program is rolled out, end line, here, they consumed how much? 268. Now, 268, before, after, you would say the impact is what? $35. What was the condition for scaling up? If the project exceeded how much? $20. So you tell a policymaker, scale it up. Senor, if you do before and after, your policy advice would be scale it up. Why? We have an average impact of $35 in consumption. And this is good, given the criteria was 20. So it's above 20, scale it up. Now, you might be happy and go to the parliament and be praised all over the media. And then suddenly comes someone like me and say, this whole thing is flawed, you will kill me. You'll look for scandals and to discredit you. Because you never thought through this before, after could be limiting. Okay? Now, when you actually do the actual, suppose, so this is what you have estimated, right? This is before and after. But before, this was 1997, before, you do it at the end of 1998, that's almost 1 or 2 years. But what if in between something happened that your analysis does not capture in, the unobservables? Something happened. Let's look at 2 scenarios. One, what if there was an economic boom? There's economic boom between 1997 and 1998. We're still within the same window. Something tragically happened. But where we're analysis, your analysis was focused on before and after. And you have concluded with all the heaviness of your whatever, that 35 is it, this government is making impact. Yes. And political manifesto curated very well. All the big slogans. And you're happy. You go to Mombasa to have fun and celebrate. In between 1997, 1998, a shock happened. It could be exogenous, outside your economy, that has an impact on you. For example, you got Ukraine and Russia war. We had COVID, right? Let's use COVID. But in between, suddenly, cost of living is high. Okay? But think of it as it was a positive shock. But if you were to compare before and after COVID, you would not account for Ukraine and Russia, would you? Because your data point will be before COVID, after COVID. Now, in between, a shock happens, a positive shock, economic boom. What happens, economic boom happens, people have more money, they can consume more above what you estimated as before consumption, right? That's point C. When they do point C, the real impact is not A minus B, the real impact is A minus C. So what have you done? You have overstated the impact. You have overstated the impact. Now, what if there's economic recession? Let's use now the Ukraine and Russia war. First, we have triple C, yeah? Conflict, climate change, and the other C is what? Hola. There's climate change, conflicts, and what? There's 3 C's. COVID. Okay? So we are looking at before and after COVID. In between, there's drought, economic recession. You would compare the consumption before and after COVID and say people are laid off, consumption is gone, but there's climate change drought that is happening in the country, and many countries are facing. There's Russian and Ukrainian war that has fueled prices, energy prices, cost of living, inflationary pressure across countries. That has nothing to do with COVID in the first place. So you're before, after, focused on before COVID, after COVID. In between, economic recession happened. And consumption, you overestimated this baseline consumption. It was not 233, it was under 233. And what that happens? The difference of the impact now is not A minus B, it is rather A minus D. And what have you done? You have underestimated the impact. So you have given wrong policy advice. You see why before and after is a no-go zone. Does it make sense? If you are not convinced until now, even Jesus comes, he will never be convinced. That's the truth. Yes.
Is there a way for you, from the policy angle, can you make like a threshold, whereby you, let's say, anticipate the economic boom or the anticipation of the crisis. So as like when you're making the value, you make like a threshold.
It is possible. And this is where modeling, when you do modeling, that's what you do. It is possible. You have to simulate the economy and say, okay, if I'm looking at this, what other parameters do I have to include in? And the idea there is to make sure you're comparing apple to, are we together? You're controlling for other confounders. We'll see. We'll see when I talk about this case with the regression, with the randomization. You'll see how it plays out. Because they control for many other characteristics. Does it make sense, good people? So here, sorry, before and after does not control for other time varying factors. There could be economic recession, there could be economic boom. The situation we are in now as economy is a very good example why you should avoid doing before after COVID. There's a lot of articles on before after COVID out there. Are there not? Before and after Ukrainian war, before and after drought. Trust me. Does it make sense, people? Online, does it make sense? All right. Let's go now to force counterfactual number 2, with, without. I still want to make sure by the time we finish this, you are not thinking about this with, without, enrolled, it's gone. Okay, let's put the again we will fix this during lunchtime. So here with, without, we can use, because we are using progressor case, it's enrolled or not enrolled, right? With progressor, without progressor. So if we have post-treatment data, post meaning after the intervention data, so enrolled, these are the people who got into the program, right? Their treatment group. Not enrolled, these are the comparison or group or counterfactual. Those ineligible to participate and those that choose not to participate. So there are two different categories here. There are those who are completely ineligible, and there are those who are eligible, the white one. Remember the Matonias with the white hat? They're eligible, but they choose not to participate. So they are considered ineligibles for that sense. Okay? Now, why is the selection bias? What do you see there? What's the photo on your left? And on your right? You're comparing up and what? Okay, so selection bias. Remember selection bias? Do you remember selection bias? Reasons for not enrolling may be correlated with outcome. Remember I said we have non-poor who are ineligible, and we have those eligible. Those who are eligible, they are those who are selected to participate, and they are those who choose not to participate. Okay? So perhaps the reason for enrolling, the reason for choosing to participate can be correlated with the outcome. Why? Which is what? Consumption. Remember? It could be that I'm hungry. That's why I'm choosing to participate. And not because I've been selected randomly to be part of the program. It could be that I know of that information through my uncle. This was GABA program, right? There could be so many reasons, and we know that in our countries. Sometimes people self-select because they have prior information that we don't. Is it not true? Because those in the government are not robots. They live with people. They go to the office, they design secretive policies, they come home to their families. And when they received COVID vaccines, who were first to be vaccinated? It was not me and you. It's the truth. Even in Tanzania, when the late Magufuli got the kikombe from Madagascar, who first drank it? Did it go to common mwananchi after that? It came after the top player, and there was I used to hear it's mandatory. You have to go for vaccination. You know, your cabinet minister, cabinet that. So there is correlation between self-selecting into the program and vis-a-vis the outcome. Okay? Control for observable, there are things we can observe between the two groups, with, without, enrolled and not enrolled, but not unobservables. There are things that we cannot see. So estimated impact is confounded with other things, unobservables. I talked about this before. So let's see. So this is the case of with, without. We have again the ineligibles, there are those in red. We have eligibles, there are two kinds. There are those who are in black, who are poor. In white, these choose not to participate. Okay? So if you move them, that's how the animation plays out. I don't know why computer is misbehaving. But it plays very nicely here. So you have eligibles, those in white and those in black. So not enrolled, these are eligibles, but they did not enroll. What is their consumption level? 290. And these ones are enrolled, they're eligible and they're enrolled, 268. This is their consumption per capita, right? So let's see how it plays out. So okay, here I ask, in what ways might enroll or not enroll be different other than the enrollment in program? So this is the question you need to think, unobservables. There could be other ways that these two groups are different. But because we are comparing with, without, we might be comparing apples and what? Oranges. What if we can't choose? What if we can't choose the counterfactual or the control group? Because remember I said similarities is key. They have to be similar, right? Between one group, treated, and control group. What if we can't choose? What do we do? It is not always possible to choose a control group. Here are some of the options to think about. What about national programs where everyone is eligible? Because you can't, some programs you can't exclude. You can't say this one with, without. There are ethical considerations, right? What about programs where participation is voluntary? It's not a must. What about programs that you cannot exclude anyone? Can you do good with, without comparison? The answer is, if we try, what we'll encounter is what? Selection. Are we together? What I'm trying to drive home here is with, without is flawed. Now let's see in that data. Let's say they've done the regression analysis. What did they find? If you did before and after with a linear regression is just that one variable, okay? Outcome variable against the intervention, okay? What they find the impact to be $35.27. What will be your conclusion? Scale up. But when they did multivariate linear regression where they controlled for other characteristics, they still got what? $34.28. What conclusion would you arrive at? Scale up, right? So if you use before and after, I'm the police analyst. I've used before and after. The conclusion I'll draw home to the policymaker is this project has worked. It has an impact. Scale up. Go to the parliament. Request more money. Right? That's one policy analyst. Another policy analyst from a different school of thoughts used with, without. Okay? When they did the linear regression, they got a negative of $22. When they did the multivariate linear regression, they got a negative of $4.15. What is the conclusion there? Scale up or not scale up? No scale up, no scale down. Now, a policymaker is facing these two policymakers. What should this policymaker do? This policymaker is confused. You see how public policy can be affected? This policymaker is what? Conflicted. But none of these approaches are correct. They are wrong in their own settings. They are wrong in their own conceptual thinking. Okay? What would you recommend? Before and after, are there other time varying factors that also influence the consumption? The answer is yes. And I've said economic recession, economic boom can affect consumption. Without cash transfer, if there's economic recession, right now we have purely economic recession. Cost of things have gone up. Even if you get cash transfer, will have very little impact on your consumption per capita. Is it not? Is it not? Because what drives consumption per capita is not necessarily that cash transfer. It could also be other economic conditioning that are happening, which you can't observe because they're time varying factors. Enroll and not enroll, with without, there are reasons for enrolling correlated with consumption. Selection bias, yes, maybe those who are enrolling because they got info. So they're not pure control that you would need. So if a policymaker should table this to President Ruto, be confused. You see why in the American movies, presidential advisors, there are two advisors who have contrasting views. You understand why in the movies they play that out? It's precisely to allow the president to see both sides of the coin clearly. You need people who can show you the blind spots. Well, I hope it is the case. They have Economic Council of Advisors. The idea is to allow you as a decision maker to see both sides. But if you were ni mlengo wa kushoto, you want the only people on your side, you will make decisions that are one way. You'll forget the other. Okay? Now, keep in mind, what time is lunch break? Okay. Keep in mind, very important, before and after, you're comparing some individual before and after they receive program. What is the problem? Other things may have happened over time that you might not be able to see. With or without, enroll, not enroll. You're comparing individual groups of those who are enrolled in the program with groups that chooses not to enroll. Problem, selection bias. We don't know why they are not enrolled. Both counterfactors may lead to biased estimates of what? Of the impact. Now, if that is the case, is there a solution to it? The answer is yes. So now I want to start experiment, randomization. Are we together? Let me pause there before we start randomization. Who is sleeping? Who is awake? Are you following? Or you're completely lost? Eh? Are you following? I'm afraid this might be too much. We need to finish. We need to finish. I don't know how far we need to go because this is, oh, we have 135 slides and we are only in 25th. We have 100 slides to cover. 30 minutes. Okay, I'll push. Online, are they following? Online, is there any question? Jennifer, you might want to. Okay. Silence means you're all okay. Okay? What is randomization? Maybe you do a random, yeah? You know random. What is randomization? Because right now, we all agree. I hope there's no one who disagrees with me, that before and after enroll, they are terrible. We don't want to do them. Is there anyone who has a different opinion? If you do, I would love to hear, and we can argue and reason. Is there anyone? At least you're converted. That's beautiful. Now, randomization. This is the father of impact evaluation. How do we do randomization? So I'm going to take you through a basic setup of randomization. By now, you know what it is to randomize, right? Take a coin, head, tail. Head, tail. Take a dice, throw, 2, 4, 6. That's randomization, right? Random selection, where your occurrence is only by chance and not because there's premeditated outcome. No. And remember, I said the reason why, remember our equation, what are we trying to address? Impact evaluation. We want to estimate the utter and the selection what? Bias. Randomization rules out selection bias because of random selection. You don't know whether you fall into control or treated group. These days, computer, Excel can do random selection for you. Stata can do that. R can do that for you. So you have the data, you can dissect the data into 2 random samples. It can do that for you. Okay? So what's the basic setup of randomization? So randomization, and I want you to pay attention because this is the setup that we'll be following over and over. So you have a target population. This is the basic setup. You have a target population. What could it be? A population of students, a population of teachers, a population of health workers, a population of, you name it, in your sectoral engagements. So you have a target population. What you do, you draw a random sample from the target population. Are we together? There's a logic to that, and I'll come to that. You draw a random sample from a target what? Population. Those who are doing worried about sampling, we'll talk about sampling, I think on the 3rd day, on Wednesday. And when you draw a random sample, because you cannot, household, for example, surveys, they don't survey everybody in Kenya, except with census, right? Which is done after every 10 years. But should we wait until census done 10 years ago to come to make analysis and understand what is happening? No. We have to do what? Household. So when KNBS goes out to do household, they don't survey all Kenyans. They draw a sample from a population of Kenyans, from all categories. So they can do cluster sampling, they can do whatever. We'll talk about them. Now, let's assume for evaluation purposes, this is the target population. We draw a random sample and we divide the Have we been hacked? Yeah? Oh, you're back. Okay. So I divide the sample into these 2 categories, one in the evaluation sample, another one in the not evaluation sample. Are we together? What this guarantees you is what we call external validity. Very important. Because you draw the sample to make sure they can represent the entire population. So drawing a sample from the total population, from the targeted population, gives you external what? External validity. Meaning whatever you find in this sample can be representative of the full population, right? And that's why household, when we measure poverty using household surveys, right? Household surveys, they are a replica of the entire population if they are drawn properly statistically. Then this is the evaluation sample, and then we'll do what we call random assignment. So we divide the evaluation sample into 2 groups, control and treated group, right? Who are the treated group? These are the people who are going to receive the intervention, right? Who are the control group? These are the group that are not going to receive the intervention. So we draw randomly. Remember, random assignment. We assign them. And this is where you are addressing selection bias. The first step of addressing selection bias. Because I'm saying in this class, I'm drawing a sample and say, you are in the control group, you are in the treated group. None of you know would fall where. But if I toss a coin, head, tail, you don't know whether it will turn tail or head, right? It's by chance. Okay? Now, what does this, once I have assigned, control and treated group, it gives us what we call internal validity. For you to estimate causal impacts for any intervention, you need to have control and treated group that are similar. And because you have control and treated groups, then you have what we call internal validity. You will see that shortly. Now, up to this juncture, you have two groups, control and what? Treated group. Before rolling out intervention, what do you do? Remember I said, you have to make sure they're similar. And what do? You conduct baseline. Baseline you do before. At that point, you're doing baseline check, what we call balance check through baseline survey. It gives you what we call balance check. What is balance check? Do you remember what I said? You have to make sure control and treated group are statistically what? Similar. They don't have to be similar clones, statistically similar. So that gives you balance check. So you have done the baseline. After the baseline, you roll out the program. You implement the program. Okay, remember the assumption here, these two groups are similar. You have done baseline, you have checked that there is balance check. Their characteristics are the same in statistical terms. You have implemented the program, and then you come back again 1 year down the line, 2 months down the line. You come and do what? Endline survey. What do you do with endline survey? You are now able to measure and comparing. Remember, they are similar. Remember, so endline, this is the EY1 conditional P equals to 1. Remember that? Minus what would have happened if these guys they were introduced, because here they are not introduced to the program. But you can make sense of that through baseline data. Okay? And what do you do to do the endline? To measure what? Impact. This is a very basic setup of any randomization. Whether individual randomization, whether it's cluster randomization, we'll talk about, but this is the setup. Again, we start from the population to a sample for evaluation. What does that give us? External validity. Are we together? From there, we do random assignment into control and treated group. What does that give us? Internal validity. From there, what do? We do baseline. What does baseline give us? Balance check. Okay? After baseline and having done balance check, we roll out the program. Once we roll out the program, then we come and do what? An endline. What does that give us? We can use endline to measure impact. Does that make sense? Any question? Any question? Is there any question online? Are they following? Oh, they are lost. Eh? Is there a way you can tell whether they are following? Oh, they are. Eh? They are following. Okay, good. That will come later. Eh? We will come. We will do sampling into detail. Do type 1, type 2 errors, probability this, probability that. We'll do all of that. And then as we go along, you see how these things come together. You'll see. Okay. So if we are clear on this and there's no question, let's now go on how do we randomize? How do we randomize? Unfortunately, it's not clear here. I'm not sure those on the screen online, they can see. External and internal validity. The beauty, I've already talked about them. What is the external validity? An evaluation is externally valid if the evaluation sample accurately represents the population of eligible units. I talked about this, right? The results are then generalizable to the population of eligible units. That's the reason why we have external validity. But remember, there are some questions that have been raised on randomization on the external validity because it's not the context differ. And because randomization is done at small scale, so sometimes even within the same country, they might not be valid. because context and space and places where such randomization are done matters. Okay? The second part, the sampling, external value, I've talked about that. Then you have baseline survey, the random assignment that gives you internal validity and balance check. What is internal validity? An evaluation is internally valid if it uses a valid comparison group or the comparison group represents the true counterfactual together. And that's why we do random assignment. So internal validity is only when you're using the correct what? Counterfactual. If you use before and after, your impact evaluation is internally invalid. Are we together? And that's why we do random what? Assignment. For evaluation results to be credible, the evaluation needs to be both internally and externally what? Valid. How do we do randomization now? Here you have a target population and they're different. So as I said, randomization can be done at individual. I can randomize based on individuals as is. I can randomize based on cluster groups, okay, different layers. I can randomize based on physical locations. There are so many ways of doing it. And we will see what are the ramifications for statistical sampling. So target population can be the whole country or a district, right? Or it could be a subunit within a county, a sub-ward. Randomly select villages as treatment or control villages if you do cluster at the village level. And I will talk of a program that was done in Busia, and Raila Odinga used the results of that program to do deworming of Kenyans. Do you know why you were dewormed? I will tell you about the evidence that was done in Busia in 2004. Why the Kenyan government took that program for deworming because of an experiment that was done in Busia. You didn't know, now you know. Okay? So and it was done at the village, cluster, schools, whatever. 75 villages in Busia. So you have target population, select random villages, select beneficiaries within villages. Are we together? The lower you go, if you go up, you see the representation. How do we randomize? Close your eyes. I marked that paper. There's something heavy. If you touch that, that's me. There's a lot of cheating with that approach of closing your eyes. Close your eyes. Pick a paper here. We have told each other, you know, my paper, I'll bend it in a certain way. So the guy spends a lot of time looking for a paper with that. And you think it's random. Right? That's why lottery, they have to put in front of a machine, they press it, everyone is seeing. There's no anything behind the scene. But these days, people can program those things in a way that after a certain number of rounds, if you go to casino, jackpot. But they put 1 million rounds of those machines. You'll be a millionth time person to actually win the jackpot. So the 99, 900, whatever, there will be the source of income to contribute to your jackpot. Path doesn't lie. Are we together? So random assignment, treatment, and comparison. So you can do this, but these days we have computers, right? Just one line of code, you press, computer will do magic for you. So I'll put animation here because this animation plays out very well so that you can see. So how do we do randomization, treatment, and comparison group? Okay, so you can see. One, we have a population. Population of who? Matonyas. You remember Matonyas? This is a full population. There are those who are ineligible and there are those who are eligible. The black and white are eligible, the red ones are ineligible. Are we together? So what do we need to do? An evaluation sample. What did I say here? We draw a random. What do we draw? We do a random sample. So what does the computer do? It randomly picks Did you see how it did? In real sense, can you do it in real time? That one looks very handsome. No, that one come. That's bias. That one, he looks at me as if he's crying. No, 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 that one, you conclude it's self-selection bias. Okay? So this is evaluation sample drawn randomly. See, before, now I drew randomly. That's what computer does for you. And then from here, you have, what do we do from here? Now we have the evaluation sample. What do we do? Random what? Random assignment into what? Comparison and what? Treatment group. What do we do here? What is going on? Is it my computer or, sorry, I think. I don't seem to be connecting. It's sharing something completely different. Okay, let me remove this. Is it coming up? Oh, it's not. Okay. Huh? Yeah. Okay, let's see. It's coming. Okay, let me scroll down to where we were. Okay, we're here. It's showing, yeah. Okay. Actually, now it's actually showing the way it should be, because now we have swapped. You're seeing this is how the slides should be. They've configured themselves. Okay, so we have the evaluation sample. What do? We throw dice. See? We have treatment. We have what? Comparison group. These are the guys who get the money. These are the guys who don't get anything, right? And that's how we do randomization. I've just demonstrated with animation. Let me minimize this so that do that, it doesn't. Are we together? Now it's much clearer. This is how it should be. There's compatibility issues here, I guess. Yeah. We might need to use Windows. Apologies, those online and here. Computer sometimes misbehave. I might have to use Windows. I think Mac and this other thing don't seem to be getting along. Okay, let's keep that. Are you following? Anyone lost? Yeah? Is it clear? We are now doing experiments. Okay, we've done that. The next is to think about how do we do randomization? What's the unit of randomization are we talking about? As I said, you can randomize at the individual level. You can randomize at the school, health clinic, or catchment area. You can randomize at the block, village, community, or region. It depends on your program, it depends on your project. But what you have to remember, and we'll talk about this in statistics, in sampling, you need sufficiently large number of units to detect what we call minimum desired impact, MDE. I'll talk about MDE when we're talking of statistical power. How big should the sample be before you can do analysis? Sometimes you go and do sampling, you've only asked 100 people. In economics, for example, the minimum sample is 500 to have statistical power. So I'll teach you about statistical power. And statistical power, why is it important? For budgeting. Why is it important? For detecting the effect. And the beauty about this, these are things that you do before you even do data collection. How big your sample should be. If you're trying to analyze the impact of this program, you want to draw a sample, control treated group, right? Should it be 200? Should it be 100, 1,000, 5,000? How big your sample should be. That's the lesson on statistical sampling we'll talk about, which is on power, okay? Clustering reduces sample size. We'll talk about that when we get there, so be patient. We'll talk about clustering and its impact when you're doing randomization, and the ability to what we call intra-cluster correlation. Should you sample more people of the same cluster or more clusters? Here's the question. You have clusters. In each cluster, the units are similar. Okay? So the question is, should I take few clusters and sample more people in each cluster? Or should I sample less people in each cluster, but increase and have more clusters? They are not right. One is wrong. Which one now? The first one is wrong. Why?
So the more homogeneous, the less sample, right? Because they have the same characteristics. So it doesn't matter if I get 10 or 2 people, I still end up with more or less the same.
Another one of the different opinion. Let's see, someone to contradict that. You don't want to try? It's okay to try. Eh? Who wants to try differently? Who has a different opinion to that?
I think the first one could be right. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
The background to it could be, or the reason why you go for the first one, where you're considering lesser clusters.
And more people within the cluster.
More people within the clusters, is because even in the larger or many clusters, they still representativeness of those clusters are in these fewer clusters. And therefore there's no need to go for many clusters, but instead you can now concentrate your study within a cluster and get the same result that can be replicated in other.
Let me rephrase the question. Let's think of Kibera. Okay? And let's think of slums in Nairobi. Okay? Slums in Nairobi. Let's think of them. There's Kibera, there's Madare, there's Kayole, what else? There are about 6, I know, I forgot. So we have Kangemi, Kawangware. Right, let's say. So if I want to draw a sample that is representative of the reality in slums, should I just focus? I want to get a sense of all the slums in Nairobi. Here's one approach. The first one is only do 2 slums and draw more people from one slum each. I go to only Kibera and Kawangware, and I draw as many households in those slums as possible to draw inference about slum condition in Nairobi. That's one. Number 2, I choose to attempt to get some from all the slums, but I draw a small number of people in each of these 6 slums. Which one would you go for? Why? I brought the example home. I want you guys to argue and debate. Eh? So how many are saying the second one? How many are saying the first one? You're saying the first or the second? Or you're confused completely?
I've always concentrated on slums, few slums, but more participants in Kenya. most
No, I want to forget about you.
My view.
Uh-huh.
A population is heterogeneous. So the more selection you do from different aspects of that particular population to build a bigger sample, the lower will be, the error will be, and therefore it's better to have as many participants as possible.
So you're going for number one.
I don't know which one.
Okay. Do you want me to give a solution to this? Are you sure? Why don't we wait when we talk about clustering and sampling? Then I can answer properly. Well, the correct answer is you sample more people in one group, you're getting very little value information. So he was right. Because they are similar. And since they are similar, if you go to Kibera and you sample 1,000 Kiberians, they will tell you the same problem. You're not hearing any new information because they are clustered within the same. But if you go to Kibera, you go to Kawangware, you sample, because you draw a small sample in Kibera, small sample, they will give you different nuances. So information add will be higher the more the clusters, vis-a-vis the more the number of individuals sampled in a cluster. We'll talk about that. It's called intra-cluster correlation. When intra-cluster correlation is higher, and you'll see how that plays an important role in minimum detectable effect, because it's that math there. I will show, we will get there, don't worry. There's a lot of math, but you'll understand. Okay, there are issues to be standard errors, to be clustered. I'll talk about all of them, don't worry. Standard errors, what are standard errors, standard deviation. We'll go a little bit into math. What are the standard errors? What are the standard clusters? What are standard, what does the spillover and contamination mean? What are the operational and survey cost and implementation? Is SUTVA. SUTVA is a principle of stable unit treatment value assessment. I will talk about all these when we're doing the designing, okay? Don't lose sight of the bigger picture. We are doing all these as technicalities, but here we are trying to understand how can we measure impact evaluation for public policy analysis. Are we together? That's why we're here. But we can't get into the bigger conversation unless you understand the details. And the devil is always in the what? And now I think you're appreciating that. When you see these big sentences written, the details are here. Ask for these details and trust me, whoever wrote them will be dodging you. They will not want to say, oh, I'm busy, I'm not available now. Let's find that tea some other time. Oh, no, someone who, I don't have the data now. And that's why these days in academia, they want replication. They want data that you use for analysis. They want the code that you used, how you did it. They can replicate. Top journals, all top journals, they ask for those things. So you don't lie, you don't cherry pick, you don't p-hack the results. Sometimes economists, we are blamed. We used to sit in our ivory tower, come out with a big paper, and somebody will ask, where's the data? I'm a guru. If you remember, and I use this example, in 2012, the GDP to debt ratio, the 60% cutoff. Do you remember that? That came from two professors from Harvard, Kenneth Rogoff and Carmen Reinhardt. Reinhardt is now the chief economist at the World Bank. Okay, Rogoff is a very known professor, macroeconomics in Harvard, Ivy League, Ivy League. It went to a top journal. This old man, he used to run for Democrats, and it was Sanders. Took that and, Ben Sanders, he took that paper, they ran for austerity. That paper was used to impose Eurozone austerity. Remember when Greece was going through crisis? And they were supposed to, because 60% GDP cutoff was the cutoff economists established. And that's what Kenya, Uhuru has been pointed, hey, it's about 60%, debt is too high. And he kept saying that Japan has 200% ratio to GDP, what's the problem? Do you know what happened with that paper? That used to drive policy in the West. A student in Amherst in the US, a graduate econ student, was given, when we went through econ school in the US, you replicate papers. You use papers of the renowned professors to replicate as an exercise in class. That's what we used to do. And they discovered an error in the data. The Excel file, there was an error. So the 60% GDP to debt ratio was wrong. Do you know how much that brought havoc? You can Google, that paper is very famous. Those guys had to retract the paper. But at that time, policies have been made based on that paper. Greece, I'm sure they cast those two professors. Because austerity measures was imposed in Greece and the Eurozone because of that paper. In the US, the same. Ben Sanders, when he was pushing for a post-financial crisis, they were pushing for that. Control government spending, government austerity this, austerity that. Only that the paper that was written was flawed. Which is important to do these things the right way. Randomization, a rule of thumb is randomize at the smallest viable unit of implementation depending on the design of your project. Are we together? What time is lunchtime? Before I don't wanna overkill people. Okay, let's see. We are very much behind, but we'll see. We'll push. I would propose we break for lunch because they say kichwa sio tumbo. No, head is not stomach. When stomach is full, you have a place to go to release. You get what I'm trying to say? When the stomach is full, you can go to the toilet. But when the head is full, where do you go? You go to sleep. In this conditioning, there's no room to sleep. All right, so let's take, how long, 45 minutes? I am going to start right on time. So now we have 1:30, 2:15, I'll start. Let's go grab food quickly, eat. Those who are online, I'll start, let's go eat lunch, and then we come back at 2:15. Thank you. How is it? Ni wewe, how are you? Yes, umekuwa mbonge. Ni nini unakula? Afya imekuwa njema? Yeah, I'm just kidding. No, I know. I remember ECD. Si tulifanya pamoja. Yeah, I remember.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now today I had another issue that I want.
It
I
is?
never ran out of issues. Somebody is asking for someone or a firm that can do monitoring and evaluation training for a certain company.
Talk to Jennifer. Yeah, there's already people who can do that. Yeah, talk to Jennifer.
Right now.
Yeah, talk to her. She'll sort you out.
Okay. So you refer to the company because I'm not part of that.
No worries, talk to her.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. How are you following? You are busy running up and down. Okay. Okay. Let's go eat now. Yes. What is go? H? This one is still on. They always know, there's that minus. Okay, where did we end? Okay, let's start. Those who are still eating, let them eat. Even Bible says, if you're in slumber, what happens? Over to live. Okay, so now we go to units. So we have talked about randomization. How do we do randomization? Now we go to units of randomization.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, units of randomization. As I say, there are different levels for randomization. You can do at a community level, you can do at a school level, you can do at a class level, you can do at a pupil level. Okay? And it's important to think about this when you're thinking of randomization, very important. And when you do talk of sampling and statistical power, we'll see how do we account for the unit of randomization. Okay. The question that most often people ask, we have talked about that. The question that people always ask, which level of randomization should I use? So which level of randomization is contingent on many things. Depends on the design of your program. If your program is on individual students, individual health workers, individual population, then you'd randomize at the individual level. But if your program focuses on cluster or a group, randomization can be done at the group level, which means anyone in that group qualifies to be considered for intervention if it's the treated group. Okay, so you're not randomizing individuals, but groups, let's say schools or wards and so on and so forth. So it's important to always think it depends on design of your project. Some projects, because of spillovers, and we'll see what some of the nightmares of randomizing is spillovers and contamination. If you randomize at the individual level, there's risk that those in the treated group can go and tell others in the control group, right? So how do you ensure that control groups are purely control and treated group are purely treated? So sometimes you have to randomize at the highest level of randomization for that reason. Because if you do at the individual level, they'll tell each other, and that will confound. For example, the study that was done in Busia, the deworming, was done at the school level, because if you do at the students level, you deworm this class, you don't deworm that class, there could be spillover. But if you deworm this school and then you don't deworm another school far away from there, contamination is reduced. Okay? So it's important to think of the level of the unit of randomization as you do the design. Okay. Doesn't play. Did it show? Yes. So this is where you see you are randomizing individuals, but here you are randomizing groups. Okay? As a whole. And everyone in that group is included for analysis. What do you need to do to keep in mind? Whether you're randomizing at the individual level or you're randomizing at the group level, how large your sample should be. What a large enough sample size randomization produces two groups that, so with a large enough sample size, randomization produces two groups that have similar characteristics on average, statistical characteristics. I mean, statistically speaking, with a big sample, the laws of large numbers. No, the laws of large numbers in statistics. The bigger the sample, if you do randomization, randomization can produce two groups which are on average similar. When you have small sample problem,
maybe randomization needs to be thought through properly, because even the way you're going to estimate the model you're running will be tricky. So how large is sufficiently large? This is the question. Should it be 3 treated group, 3 control group? Should it be 20? Should it be 30 against 30? Should it be 200 against 200? Or should it be 1500? Remember the question I asked about clusters? How many should you draw a sample of? Some of you say, hey, the larger the sample, the bigger the argument we have here, right? Some of them, no, the smaller, and we learn more when we do statistical sampling, because then we know the power, we do power calculation. About these quantitative approaches, you don't just wake up and say, my sample size is 200. I think for those who are so much vested into qualitative approaches, this is the way also to challenge yourself. Most of the quantitative approach, you precisely know how big my sample should be. And there are softwares that can help you. If I estimate this, if I project this is what it's going to be, this is the sample size that I can use to estimate my impact. So it's very important to keep that in mind, but we will come back to that. So don't worry. And how to randomize again? We've talked about external validity, but I want now to bring a case study which was done in Nepal. External validity and internal validity. Let's look at the case study, because sometimes these things if I talk about them, they become too theoretical, right? So it's important to know what others have done. These are real studies that have been done in other parts of the world. So it's not fictions. These are non-fiction. These are real. Okay. So here is the evaluation that was done in Nepal. Researchers in Nepal were interested in raising student attendance in 5 districts. Randomize the cash transfer program conditional on students' attendance in randomly sampled set of villages in those districts. The districts were Kailani, Kathmandu, Tabevion, Bangalore, and Rakhine. Results. 1 year after the program started, students' attendance was on average 20% higher in schools in the villages receiving the transfer. What is the news on the headline? A new study finds that cash transfer program keeps children in school. Very catchy, right? Media people, that's what they like. Is there anyone from the media here? Perhaps your writing will change after this, because you tend to synthesize the facts. So this is very catchy. What he is saying, 1 year after the program, students' attendance was on average 20% higher in schools in the village receiving the transfer compared to those that did not receive what? The transfer. But the Newsline and New Start finds that cash transfer program keeps children in school. That's a good catchphrase to say, right?
What could be the headline if you are right?
No, I don't think I'll write a good headline. No one would buy it. I'll be very honest. Well, see? That's why I don't want even to try. I would rather deal with the facts and then let the comms people package it and sell. Okay. So how did they do it? So randomized control trials. This is an excellent for testing alternative program design. This is what they did. Again, target population, the usual that we've talked about. And they had 4 treatment arms. They had 3 treatment arms. So they have 3 different treatment groups because they were testing different what? Interventions. So you are allowed to test more than one intervention. For example, in some studies that have done intervention on training only, especially on SMEs. Training only, we see an example in Tanzania. Training only. Or training with financial support. You get what I'm saying? Or training with something else. So there are those who receive training only, there are those who receive both training and there are those who receive nothing, control. So you want to see the different treatment arms, what are the strengths of the impact of the different interventions that you introduce in the project. So here you see, they did that, random assignment, and then there was treatment group number 1, number 2, number 3, as usual. So you can have here so many treatment arms. But of course, there are statistical issues to think about here. So when you're doing this design, make sure you have a statistician and a little bit of an economist by your side, so they can help you think through. Okay?
So it doesn't seem to be picking. So here's how they did it. So they were testing multiple features. First, incentive and support for schools to improve promotion of students. This is another example. This is Malawi, where they are testing incentive and support for schools to improve promotion of students in Malawi. This is a study. I can't remember the author. So the problem, what was the problem? High repetition and group dropout, especially for girls. This is real, right? They repeat, they fail exams, they repeat, and they drop out. You see, you can actually design an intervention in Kenya in higher education. There are so many of these cases, right? So when you think of writing a doctorate, you don't start thinking of a big problems that are surrounding you in your community. These are the things you can study and write very innovative study. Because those are the problems that the others come here, study them, they go back to West, they go to them under our nose. What's the core treatment? All schools receive base grant and guidelines to improve promotion. Variable treatment, schools receive training and all performance-based incentives. Okay? So there was group A, group B, group C, and group D. Okay? Group A, this is the control group. 25 zones, 200 schools, they receive the only base grant and guidelines. This is the control group. Group B, they receive like Group A, except they got what? Training only as an additional component. Group C, they got everything like Group A, but they only got incentives. And Group C received both training and what? So what are you trying to assess here? You're trying to assess the impact of training alone. If you compare Group B versus Group A, you want to assess the impact of what? Training. If you compare Group C versus Group A, you want to assess the impact of what? Incentives. If you compare Group D against Group A, you want to assess the multiple impact of both incentives and training. Right? Are we together? So those are three treatment arms. Very interesting. And what was the problem here? Repetition, dropouts in schools. Now, repetition could be maybe because students IQ, but it could also be a system issue, a supply side issue, not a demand side issue, right? It could be the school, it could be the teachers, they're not teaching well. So here, the core treatment, you receive base grant and guidelines. Here, everyone received base grant and guidelines. That was the core treatment, which is constant across all the schools. But here, say no, variable treatment, let's vary. Because you don't want to deny them, the teachers, all of these. Because if you deny these, it could be construed unethical, right? So you give them grant, you give them guidelines. Everyone is aware. And then you vary the intervention, the treatment. One group you give them training, another group you give them incentives, another group you give them training and what? Incentives. You do that, then you're able to compare three levels of impact. The impact of training only, the impact of incentives only, and the combination of both training and incentives. What does it mean? Are we together? Does it make sense? So if you were to draw this in a flow chart, this is how it would look like. See how nice it looks? You can always try around this, depending on how you put your focus on. The usual, we know that, but this is how it would look like in terms of program rollout. The two treatments, this is control group. This is one that receives this treatment, but not this one. This is training. This is incentive only. Training only, incentive only. Here, training and what? Incentives. Okay? You would have written paragraphs. But some of us, we just put a simple table, summarize everything. And message is clear. Less is more. Don't forget that. Less is more. It's a lesson I learned the hard way. Less is what? Do you understand what less is more? Less is more. Okay? So this is how it looks like. We've talked about that.
Now, if you're to go by, this is how I just described for you. Group A against Group B, what do we learn? Impact on trading. Group A against Group C, impact of what? Incentives. Group A against Group B, impact of what? Online, are you following? Or people are sleeping? Are they following? How many are still there? Oh, 20 have gone. They've gone to sleep. Okay. Are we together? Any question? Is that clear? Easy or confusing? Now let's go back. So we have learned now randomization. We are not yet progressor. I paused on progressor because we've done it before and after, with, without, and then we did some analysis on before and after using progressor case, right? And we got confused. What was the confusion? Before and after say scale. With, without said what? Don't scale, right? So we didn't know what to say. But we knew that those previous two approaches were flawed. They had some limitations, right? Now we know randomization. And let's assume, not assume, randomization is the golden standard. Done right, it can easily estimate because it's very easy to implement. Okay? Let's assume that has been done. And that is exactly what was done under the progressor program. It was done exactly through randomization. So they randomized progressor conditional cash transfer program. What was the unit of randomization? Community. How many communities? How many communities? 5 or 6. Okay? So what they did, and then we'll talk about this shortly, the assignment to treatment, what they did, what is called randomization phase 2. Remember, this conditional cash transfer was an intervention, a humanitarian intervention after the financial crisis, the Latin American financial crisis. Would you think it would be ethical to give, because there are so many poor households, right? 5 million people were affected. Do you think it was ethical to give this household cash and not to give this one? It would not be ethical. But what they did, they phased it in. What does phasing mean? Phasing means you stagger benefit. There are those who would receive first and others will receive last. Eventually, everyone will what? Receive it. But in terms of staggering, in terms of rollout, those who receive first, they are treated. Those who are waiting, they are controlled. Are we together? That's exactly how they did. It was not unethical because eventually everyone got it. So they did a randomized phasing. It's called randomized what? Phasing. We'll talk about that. So the first 320 communities, they received the benefit. This were how many households? Okay? So they received their first transfer in 1998. How many were waiting out of 506? 186. Right. So these ones were waiting for their next transfer, which was to be given in November. That period of waiting was good enough to treat them as comparison group. Remember, there was a poverty index that was collected. Remember, their selection was based on poverty index. So characteristically, they were pretty much the same. And you'll see for the areas that they were different, how the researchers went about accounting for them. Are we together here? We are going back. Now we are trying to invoke randomization to show, and then we'll see what the estimates will look like. And then we'll compare the 3 approaches before, after, with, without, and randomization. And we'll conclude which one is the best. Because right now we don't know whether we should scale up or we should scale down. We are confused. But randomization is going to solve that for us. So here, the 320 treated communities, 186 what? Comparison communities. Okay, in terms of in timeline, baseline, there you go. These ones, they did not receive anything. This is the comparison period. This is April. This group received. Here, they did not receive. April or come November 1998, they were also treated. So eventually, by the end of 1998, everybody what? Got the conditional cash transfer. Even those who were in the comparison group. So the delay allowed for a comparison what? Period. Are we together? Okay. How do we know we have good clones? Do you remember the setup for randomization? How do we know we have good clones? What process do we have to do when we want to know we have good clones? What do we do? How do we know we have good clones? Do you remember in the randomization structure? Yes. Baseline. Yes. Baseline. And through baseline, we do what we call what? What do we get? Balance check. Very good. Balance check. So how do we know we have good clone? In the absence of program, treatment and control should be identical. And how can we tell if they're identical? Baseline, and we do what we call balance check. Okay? So let's compare the characteristics at baseline. This before the intervention. And here we are talking of household. And the way they do, you know, how many do T statistics? The mean the difference between two groups. It's a very simple T statistic, right? And that's what you need. It's not magic. So they looked at different characteristics that could potentially drive outcome variables. What were the outcome variables again? Consumption per capita, right? Consumption per capita. So first they looked at monthly consumption. They discovered the T statistics with the difference, the mean difference between the two is not significant. Okay? That's number one. They looked at the head's age of the heads of household. That can drive consumption, right? If a household is run by a small boy and an adult, you definitely see the difference. I don't have to explain, right? And they see that it's not statistically different, meaning this means heads age and consumption per capita cannot statistically influence the outcome value, which is good. That's the balance check. Okay? They looked at spouse's age, and also it is statistically insignificant, meaning you don't have to order. They're okay in statistical terms. Of course, age, it's not like they're all 36, but of course, this is the mean age. There could be variation. This is the average. Remember? It's averages are not even median. Okay? It's the average age. The difference is minus blah, 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 and it's statistically significant. But when they looked at the head's education, obviously, in a household where the head is educated, you would expect education to influence the consumption pattern. It makes sense. Right. And what they discovered, that the difference between treatment and control group is statistically significant. It's very important. It is very possible consumption per capita of a household can be driven by the level of education. Makes sense, right? You cannot tell me the statistically significant one. So here, in the analysis, you have to account for this, because otherwise, the impact you will assess on consumption per capita could be driven not only because of the condition of cash transfer, it could also be driven because of the level of education, the unobserved. You remember what I was talking about unobserved? Because already before you give them conditional cash transfer, you know, shock has happened. Even right now, there are people who can't eat, but that's when they didn't go to school. Are we together? And if you give them that conditional cash transfer, there are choice of nutrients for those who have gone to school, and some of whom they are going to study nutrients, they are nutritionists. It will not be the same with someone who has not gone to school, even if they're all receiving conditional cash transfer. Are we together? That's exactly what this is saying. The difference between comparison and treated group is statistically significant, and it's positive. What about spouse education? Not so much. Because you might be educated, but if you don't make decisions, it might not matter. In this case, it didn't. So you don't have to worry about that. This is the balance check. Are we together? You have to assess variables that can likely affect your outcome to make sure that there are no statistical differences between the two groups. These groups are statistically what? Similar. Very important. What about gender? They looked at whether the head is female, whether you're indigenous, the number of household members, whether the household is big, whether you have bathroom. Bathroom is an indicator of wealth, poverty. If your floor is not tiled, You know, those who create wealth index, they look at these things, okay? They look at even the quality of mabati, your roofing. These days they use daylight satellite imaging to measure poverty. So they come, they bring a satellite here. The satellite zooms in, looks at the quality of the roofing. Yeah? If it's tiled roofing, so this one is rich. If it's the mabat roofing with a lot of kutu, so this one. Obviously, if you do that satellite image of Lavington, Muzaika, the quality of roofing and Kibera, oh surely the contrast is very clear, and that tells a lot. The quality of housing correlates to the level of poverty. The same goes to hectares of land, distance to hospital, all of the, because remember they're also conditioning on children going to school, right? So it didn't matter. They're not statistically what? Significant. So the only variable, they tested all these variables and they discovered the only variable that was important to account for is the heads of household what? Education. You're expected to do the same. You are expected to do the same if you do randomization. Now you're getting this in practice, right? Now, what do we get when they did the randomization? Okay, here's the impact. And when they did with linear regression, remember linear regression only outcome variable against the intervention. Here they controlled, when they controlled for education, okay, which was the driver, the head of household education, right? This is what they got. This is the impact. How much is that? 29.75. So this means it's 5% statistically. We'll talk about level of significance when we talk about statistics. So now, let's go back to the drawing board. Now we have three approaches: before, after, with, without, and randomization. Before, after, they estimated $35, and the conclusion was scalar. With, without, ruled out, it was minus 4.25, something like that, right? Scale down. But we know those two had issues. But now we've done randomization. We've done our balanced check, meaning we are comparing apple to apple, right? We've done proper randomization, meaning there's internal validity. We have a good comparison group, right? And after our analysis, we get 29.75. What advice should we offer? Scale up or scale down? Scale up. Okay. So maybe those who were before say, you see, I told you, scale up. See, I was right, even though you were wrong. The fact that we arrived at the same conclusion, the way we got there, you were wrong. But I said, no, I told you, you should listen to me. I had the premonitions. You know, some of us, we were born in the time when God was creating Moses, so we can tell. The moment they start saying that, I've lost the ground. The argument is gone. The fact is, they were wrong. Are we together? So don't ever think of before and after. Don't ever think of with, without. Forget it. But we will use it somewhere along the line. So now, if we have to compare, this is what we'll do. We'll come to question. So here we'll do case 1, case 2, case 3. You're presenting to a policymaker. Now it depends the policymaker, the receiving end. Is that person wired like me? Or someone who wants easy things? Listen, before and after, that's big money. Why do people with before and after? So if you see me doing this, I'm like, okay, this guy is completely lost. But you know, you can't say that. Both language, you use your glasses. I usually do this. Like, okay. That means I'm reminding myself to control yourself. Before you black out something, and somebody will say, hey, this man is out of control. Okay? But what I'm saying is, very important to appreciate these approaches. And I think today you're appreciating the rigor that goes into it. You cannot just do these things on the fly. You need to spend time to think, contextualize the environment you're in, to engage. And this is how serious policies are made. You don't just wake up, say, few people, the think tank, they decided this is the issue, which is most often the case, but they need to be grounded with rigor. And rigor has been missing in African policy landscape. And we have an opportunity to return to that era. With this capacity, all people who are getting these skills, it's very important to start questioning things. You can even go and take one policy that has been passed and try to assess its impact rigorously. And you realize this policy has been put here for many years, nothing. And that's why some policies we are using, they were applied during colonial era. They are still here today. Since the colony left them here with us, they're still applied. Our education system is a case in point. Is it not? Go to Britain right now, go to America. They have different curricula. They have evolved significantly, but we are still there. But now with these skills, we can challenge, we can ask. And the best way to challenge is not to go there without facts. It's to take the police, get good data, analyze the data, present your assessment credibly. And when you're telling someone this doesn't make any sense, you're not saying from emotions, with what? Facts and evidence. Yes.
Thank you. I think this is very insightful. So my question, I don't know whether to put it as a question or an addition. When doing for randomization, when we're doing the t-test, I looked at education level for the household head and the spouse. The household head does not give me, or is significantly significant, right? My question is, was the decision maker variable taken into consideration when you're doing that kind of modeling? Because if I look at the female, when you do a t-test for the female, there's no effect. So that triggers the fact that the decision maker for what we eat in that house is the female, which correlates very well with the spouse's education level, right? So essentially, if you look at the final result, there's no much difference between the linear and variable regression. Yes. So the education level of the household head might not be a variable that one has in this case.
Yeah, it's a good comment, and that's why the multivariate regressions you can throw in. Make sure it's not kitchen sink, but you can throw in any potential variable that you think is relevant. But it needs to be driven by theory. So we are trying to theorize that perhaps the spouse could be actually a decision maker in the household. Maybe it should have been interacted between the two. You never know. The interaction would have given you something much more robust. But in any case, the point he's trying to drive home for those who are non-statistics, he's trying to say, could there be other potential factors that could drive the outcome? And in that case, then, how can one assess and control for such? Because there could be other unobserved factors. So in this case, as he has rightly put it, you could actually estimate, you could put that variable in your model. If you have a strong reason and a theory, by the way, when you're doing multivariate regression, you don't just put any variable. There has to be a theory around it. Why do you think, if I'm estimating consumption per capita, income would be a driver of consumption? Of course, income is a driver of consumption, right? We know that. The more the higher the income, laws of demand, we know that, right? There's a theory around it. Why do you think human traits could explain consumption? We know that. Decision maker at the household level could determine consumption per capita, right? We know that. And there's a reasoning around it. You don't just put any variable there and say, I'm controlling for this and that and that and that. There has to be a rationale, okay? Any other question online? Yeah? Yes? So it doesn't work?
Not loud enough. So Yeboah is asking, how do we control for the difference? Then he has a comment that says, the results from case 1 and case 3 are qualitatively similar. The program needs to be scaled up. Another question from Renatus, just see that R square says if it is very low, then we should think of the other variables.
Well, I wouldn't go to R square, because R square is pretty much the variation. So I know there are statisticians online, clearly. Yes. So statisticians, there are those of people in the room and those online who are not non-statistician. So, but R square is pretty much the coefficient of variation, how much of Y is explained by X. So R square may not, in the setup of randomization, cannot necessarily give you a good predictor, because if you look at the papers that have been done, they tend to have very small R square. Okay? And small R square does not mean there's no impact. It's just the variation. How much of that variation is explained by that variation. Okay? The other one commented on.
How do you explain the difference?
So this again, the idea here was to emulate good questions again and comments. The idea is to show you. Of course, in real sense, if real data, maybe you might see something different, right? But what I was trying to draw your attention to, how do you see the differences between before, after, with, without, and randomization? I could have increased and put this 40, 50, just to make my point much more distinct, right? But sometimes I put them close to confuse you deliberately, so you'll stay awake. You can stay awake, because otherwise you'll see the distinction, you'll go to sleep. We know. But if it's close to each other, you start asking yourself, am I seeing the right thing?
What if in your balance check, you find a variable has a greater potential to making the effect or the change happen than the intervention itself? What do you advise the police to make in that case?
Okay, now, so you have to be very careful. You don't want to do what we call in economics p-hacking or cherry picking. Whatever you do in that estimation, it has to be driven by theory. Not because you think or you feel that this actually can drive. That's what, there's a paper called a million regression. Economists in the past, before this transparency movement, transparency and reproducibility movement, they used to run a million regressions to find that regression that has a statistical, good, nice results that they can write a story about. But it's biased, it's called p-hacking. You are cherry picking the results. So whatever you do, if that variable you're mentioning, right, is strong enough to have stronger explanatory power and guided by theory, then you have to consider that. And that's why you have to include the multivariate. You'll have, in the multivariate regression, you'll have y equals to alpha 1, which is constant, plus alpha 2, another constant, plus x1. X1 here, it could be, this is consumption per capita, right? This could be the conditional cash transfer, okay? So the linear regression, they would run this with an error term, any other factors. Are we together? This is epsilon to say any other factors. So this is the linear regression. They can run another regression where they show beta 1, beta 2, x1 plus beta 3, x3 plus ddd plus xn, beta n plus eta I. Are we together? Let me explain. I know math confuse people. Beta is constant. If 0, this is constant. Okay? If you draw xy line, this is the point here. This is beta. Okay? So don't worry. Coefficient of beta 2, x1, this estimates the impact of x1 on y. Is captured by beta 2. Put it together. So beta 3 could be your additional variable. It could go, you could have many, all the way to xn plus any other unobserved residuals, whatever, that you cannot model them, right? You can capture them. That's why this is called an error term. An error term captures anything else that's not captured in the model. But what I'm trying to say here, whatever x's you add on the dependent variable, they have to be guided by theory. You don't just throw in x, 1, x2, x3, x4, because you like many x's. Are we together?
You only put x's. This we call them control variables. You only put all of these control variables. Control variables, you only put them basing on the theory. For example, your argument, the spouse's education could influence Y. So you have to control for it. You have to add it in the regression. Heads of education, we saw that, right? You have to add it. Your hypothesis is whether my beta 2 is greater than 0. That's your hypothesis. Meaning, if conditional cash transfer increases, Y would what? Would what? Eh? I'm going to do math. Change, this is delta Y, delta X1. Change in Y, because of change in X1, should be positive. In other words, you're saying your coefficient beta 2 should be positive. That's your hypothesis. So you take the data you want to test to say if XY, what is XY? Conditional cash transfer, right? If conditional cash transfer is given to the household, we expect household consumption per capita to increase. There's a positive relationship. Now, how big is beta 1? So how big is beta 2? Now, if it's above 20%, scale up. If it's below 20%, scale down. Are we together? So I've just tried to explain using math. I would have written a very nice story. You'd read on your way home and you'd still understand. But I hope you followed. Yes.
I'm just looking at the practicability of normalization, and especially for the control group. You're just giving them basic grant guidelines, for example, just using your example. And then in the Kenyan context, you know, your people realize they are just getting the basic grant guidelines, and then they realize the other people are getting trainings, others are getting incentives. And then as we're just getting basic grant guidelines, in that case, then they will then manipulate or influence how your outcome will look like. Mm-hmm. But also, as a researcher or someone who's doing this work, is it possible for you to consider randomized testing in a way that they are control group, but then at some point they upgrade to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It is. And we will talk about that shortly. We'll talk different ways of thinking about this, because what you're raising is the ethical issues. Is it okay for these ones to get this treatment and this one not to getting this? And this is very important. That's why you need to think. As a researcher, you need to spend time to think, engage communities, government, so that they are, most often when the government is behind the scene, it's usually okay, because government have powers. They can make those proclamations. You can't. In your small projects, you want to try, before you know, you'll see people knocking on your door. But there's also issues to which are the nightmares I'll talk about for today, before we finish. I think I have about 1, 2, 3, about 5, 6 slides. What are the nightmares? What are the challenges? As much as randomization is good, is powerful, but it's not that easy. It has its own what? Challenges. And it's important as researchers, as people who are interested in this, to think about them. Okay. That marks the end of second lecture. Online, any question? Before I start, the third one is pretty brief, and that will mark the end of today. Are you all tired already? Eh? Are you following? Eh? Is it making any sense to you? Are you seeing the difference since you came in the morning and now? You are clearly getting smarter by the hour. I don't mean to be condescending, that's the truth, right? If you compare yourself in the morning, now you can wear that counterfactual. When you walked in the morning, and now, I mean, are you the same person? Eh? You're different, right? And that's what we call learning. That's what? Learning. And I believe you can apply this, counterfactual. Eh? I'm sure tomorrow, when we start class tomorrow, the counterfactual, tomorrow will again start from 0. Well, not 0, maybe above 0, a bit. because they're going to get new materials and you'll be like, what? By the end of the week, then you'll be at par. Now let's go to a very quick topic on assignment to treatment. How do we go about the questions that are raised? You know, there's ethical issues, we are Napata, this is get letter, this get paid. How do we think about all of this? Because they are practical. Okay? Now, what can be randomized? What can you randomize? Because we are talking of randomization. Perhaps some of you are wondering, now randomization. What do I randomize really? Is it I'm randomizing time? But there's so many ways to think about what you can randomize. One is access. You can randomize access. We can choose which people will be offered the program first, right? And those will be offered it later. We can randomize timing of access. We choose when to provide access to the program, vis-a-vis when not to provide it. And we can also do encouragement. We can decide which people will be provided encouragement to participate in the program. Okay? Just to give you a sense of, when you think of randomization, what is it that can I randomize? Access, provisioning of a particular service or product, like the way we see conditional cash transfer, right? Or timing of access, or encouragement. We'll see. So let's look at mainly 3 types of randomization designs. Okay? And we look at what are these randomization designs? What are the advantages and disadvantages? And this allows you, when you think of randomization, which one should you go for? Okay? Number 1, there's simple lottery, there's phasing, and there's what? Encouragement design. Now, you can't use all of them at once. You can use any, depending on the context of your project, depending on what is it that you want to assess. Let's start off simple lottery. Simple lottery, randomly sample from the areas of interest. So you know simple lottery, right? It's like the lottery, we know the lottery. Huh? What do they do? Simple lottery. You buy a ticket, and then on the day they do the draw, what happens? Everyone is paying attention on the TV with their tickets, right? Hoping that manna from heaven will fall on you. When you see number 1, you're like, hey, I'm close. I'm close. I'm close. I'm close. Ah, just a bit. Ah, I'll go and buy another one. Maybe I'll be lucky. That's how betting, and that's how young people become poor. They spend so much time in casino because they get hooked behaviorally. Ah, they get money. The first thing they know is casino, right? Betting. Ah, and they never succeed. The chance of those who are going to succeed out of that betting is 1 out of 1,000,000. Majority you contribute to that guy getting rich. And the probability of that person getting is 1 out of 100. But because you're hooked into the false hopes, and then the way they program those things, you get 20K, you don't leave, you stay until it is eaten. And then you realize, oh, why did I not go home? Because you get hooked that I want more. It's behavioral, by the way. It's like credit card, the way the banks are structured. It's that behavior. They've started these things. It's purely behavioral. You won 100K, my friend. I'll just pack and go home. I'll see you next time. You see even those games they do on TV. You choose, you have won this. Do you want to continue? Do you want to stay? Like, baby. I will stay. There's $100,000 coming. Then you get $75. Take home or stay. No, it's 200. And then you have lost everything. Oh, see? But the economist in me, my friend, hey, you give me 50, I'll take it and go. Don't even look back, because I play with chances. The chances of me landing on another 50 in the second round is negligible. So randomly sample from an area of interest. We know that we've done that. Okay. Randomly assign to treatment and control, and randomly sample from both treatment. We know this. That's a simple lottery. You randomly, everything you randomly sample, Simple lottery will be useful for individual unit randomization. If you're doing individual, it will be very powerful. So here, again, you sample from unit of interest or area of interest. Within that area, you are randomly assigned treatment and control, and then randomly sample from both treatment and control. So even within treatment and control, once you have clustered, this group is treated, this group is control, you randomly sample. Who within the treated group would receive? The eligibles within the treatment group. The same goes for control. Okay?
If you do that, then you are determining your sample size. When you randomly sample the treatment group and the control group, would that affect your sample size?
It's randomly. You have said it. It's random. You have said it. It's random. Yeah, if it's random, unless random is not random.
Random would probably be selecting the samples.
No. Random is the way they are selected. The how.
You select each and every point?
Yes, but randomly. You don't have a say, you just throw a coin and say, you come, you go. Again?
I have 30 controls. I have 32. Yes.
Yeah, the way you want to start in control, you want to start. You want to start in control.
So I do the 30 randomly.
Yes.
Oh, I call them randomly asking questions.
So, statistically, do you want to do random with replacement or without replacement? Now it gets complicated. But the point is here, if you're going to interview someone, don't just pick them because you like their face or their features. Do random selection. That's what simple lottery is saying. Now, don't do the paper, the ballot thing, and you do use the computer. Have their name, assign unique IDs. Computer does that for you. Here's the random ID. Who is the? You come here. There's no your mind. There's no, you are removing bias. Selection bias is removed automatically. So that's simple lottery. Everything randomly selected. Now, let's see an example of a program that was done in Tanzania, an entrepreneurship training in Tanzania, because that's how you can contextualize these things. Other than being theory, you see how others have done it. So this was an entrepreneurship training in Tanzania, tested the impact of business training and coaching on female entrepreneurs' business performance. Okay. So how many women were eligible? 821. And how many were in treated group? 547. And in the control, 274. How many received the training only? So out of 547, they draw randomly 274 for training. And then they draw randomly 273 for what? Training and what? For coaching. The others who were drawn randomly from this group were what? Are we together? Are we together? And you see now you have 274, 273, 270. So treated in 2 treatment arms, they are pretty much the same sample size, right? The full sample is 821. Yes.
Sorry, the treatment was randomly selected, right? So by default, the difference remains as control. I just wanted to point of clarity, you saying the control and the treatment were both randomly selected.
Yeah.
My thinking, yes, from the H21. My thinking is if you select the treatment, 547, by default, what remains is then your control.
That's another way to look at it. But another way, you can also assign the selection such that it gives you treatment and control at the same time. Okay? Yeah, it's possible. Both are possibilities. Okay? Good question. Another one? Online? Yes. Spillover. We'll talk about that. Relax. These are some of the nightmares. Spillovers, yes. How big is your sample? How large should it be? Relax. We'll calculate that. How big your sample should be. After we do the statistical maneuvers, you'll answer that question for yourself. How big my sample should be. Okay, but good question. Are we together? What I want you is to appreciate how these things, the thought process that goes into this. You might not master everything now, but by the end of today, I want you to be able to visualize and see, wow, I need to eat my ugali na nyama choma and sit and think, because it requires a lot of thinking. And that's why you see most of these projects these days, they are collaborations. You bring different skill sets into the team, because each brings different ideas, which would allow to contextualize the project much better. But I hope the needle is moving. I say, don't kill yourself wanting to know everything today. You won't. But I appreciate that you're moving. And that movement, by the end of the week, you will not be the same, and which is very important. Okay, so what then are the advantages and disadvantages of simple lottery? So basic lottery, it's very useful when the program is oversubscribed. You're offering a program and everyone wants it. How do you do a very ethical way of assigning who gets it, who doesn't get it? And that's why lottery is, because no one will say you have cheated. Oh, that one, you're coming from Western, Ulimpa kwa sababu is your brother or sister, right? Which is the case in our countries. Look at your surname, your morphology. This one, Western. This one, no. This one. Say this word, say for ara. See the struggle to say ara for ara. You know, this one is central material. This one, right. You know, there are so many selection mechanisms that are put in place. Tanzanians, they have a joke. They say, hey, try to speak English. And you start with Kenyan and say, oh, that one is from Tanzania. Right. What are the advantages? It is easy to understand, easy to implement, and can be implemented in public. Right. What are the disadvantages? Control group may not cooperate. Hey, you're telling me, simple random, I'm not selected. And Kenyan, the way they are political. They go on Twitter. This is not okay. I was disadvantaged, I was discriminated. And there could be differential attrition. The issues that you are saying, people could find ways to, I missed this one. I don't want. They can just drop the program. Or they might even choose to drop and go on the other side to enjoy the benefits, because it's public, simple lottery. Okay? Is it clear? All right. If it's clear, let's do phasing, which I've already hinted before. This takes advantage of a program expansion, example, lack of capacity to implement in all villages in the first year. It could be financial constraints, it could be capacity constraints. You want to roll this program out, but you can't do it all in the first year. So what do? You phase it in. Phase in allows you to stagger rollout of the program, and that makes it easier for you to assess the impact. But what the end goal, the ethical issue to do here is to make sure that eventually everyone gets there. That's very important, because if people won't get the program eventually, I will not be there to help you. Yeah? A natural approach when expanding program faces resource what? Constraints. So if you have a program you want to roll out, you don't have enough resources, and you're being pressured to also measure impacts, don't get confused, stagger it. Those who receive it first, they're treated. Those who are waiting for their turn, they're what? Control. That's the phasing design. Okay, let's see an example of a phasing design. A project about laptop. You want to give laptop to schools. This was the case during COVID, right? Was it not Minister of Education? What happened? It was in the education. Laptops is the Otambawa, and then they flew out of the window. What happened to laptops? They got wings. They got wings. I didn't realize laptops can fly. But that was the talk. Tablets, CDC, tablets, our children, this, that. Hey, take a step back. Watch out. Let's see. This is the CDC. This is the laptop program during COVID. Okay? This is what the government did. I'm talking on a light note. You know, these things you can do in Kenya, but in other countries, you have to be very careful. Well, you know, the office, the door here will be ambushed and you come back here and you'll disappear. So this is the laptop program. The idea here is to give all children laptops, right? But we can't give all of them because we don't have all the laptops. And we can't give one group and exclude the other group because it's unethical, right? Like think of vouchers for food when people are hungry. You can't give this group and don't give the other one. But at the same time, phasing can have a ramification that others are waiting, they're hungry. They're seeing someone is eating and I'm waiting. How comes? Imagine during lunchtime, we would say, wait, you'll eat later. Huh? Let's try that tomorrow and see how faces will change. You will eat later. We are eating first. And you think that guy is devouring the chicken. And you're like, what? Why not me? Before you know, you're on the street boycotting. Now, let's see how we can do this. So here, phase zero. Phase zero, no one gets everything. No one gets anything. They're all control, right? That's phase zero. Phase one, we give a quarter. That's phase one. Only a quarter is treated, 3/4 is what? Control. Are we together? So here you can compare because those who are receiving these red ones, those who are receiving the laptops, these are treated. So if these are children, Mago has children, you can measure their outcomes, their schooling outcomes, right, for using the laptops, at least imaginary. That's to show the government had a vision. Actualization of that vision is a different story. There was a vision. A vision is to see that during COVID, an ordinary Kenyan kid has a laptop. That was the vision, right? To be able to access and school not to be disrupted. But you can't roll it out at once. Now, among all these Kenyan kids who are in rural areas, remote areas, who do you give first? Who do you give last? Random selection, a quarter were given first. That's phase one. Phase two, another quarter is treated. Makes it a half. See now the number is increasing. Still, you have phase two. You still have people who have not received, who will be acting as what? Control group. Are we together? Are we together? Online, are they following or are they sleeping? Okay. What happens to phase three? Phase three, 3/4, 75% are treated, they receive laptops, only 25% are what? Control. Are we together? And the last phase, at this point, you can do evaluation up to here because you still have treated and what? Control group. In the last phase, you cannot because everyone is treated. Are we together? There's no evaluation in the last phase because all of them are treated. There's no evaluation in the phase zero because all are control. And there's no evaluation in the last phase because all are treated. You can only do evaluation in between. Make sense? Make sense? Okay, let's see an example here. And I'll talk about deworming, the Raila Odinga study that was done by my mentor when he was a PhD student in Busia. Do you know how many Nobel laureates came out of Busia? Do you know that? There are one Nobel laureate that came out of Busia. The joke that I usually make to my colleagues in the Western, but Busia is still very poor. People have made huge career out of Busia. Experiment movement started in Busia. This deworming paper, which was published in Econometrica in 2004, has influenced movement on deworming globally. When Raila Odinga was prime minister, do you know why Kenyans were dewormed? Because of this paper. And this experiment was done in Busia. It's real, it's not a joke, it's real. The government movement on deworming young children in Kenya is because of this study, which is good. So what they do, so here, school-based mass deworming program tested impact of providing deworm drugs and worm prevention education in educational outcomes. Worms have impact on, I told you guys, nutrition and the height, but apparently the Busia people are tall, so I don't know whether worms have any nutritional impact on them. The Luos are tall, right? But on average, maybe because of fish. Huh? Okay, now they're explaining. I'm listening. I wanted to provoke those who are coming from there, and they're talking. So this deworming paper was done in 75 schools in southern Busia district in your Kenya. Perhaps you come from that district. And perhaps among you might raise your hand. Maybe you are one of those who were dewormed. You never know. So they actually did group 1, group 2, group 3. And then it was staggered in year 1, year 2, year 3. Group 1 was control, 25 schools. It was control. Group 2, so these ones, they did not receive anything. Here, group 2, they were treated. This is the control group. This is the treated group, which was treated in year 2 and year 3. And here, they got last. You see what I'm saying? They staggered. And there are several reasons. If you read this paper, and it has created a huge research in the last 2 decades. In fact, they have a panel data now tracking those young people who were dewormed in 2004 to where they are today. If you follow the deworming conversation, they have data set in Busia. They have tracked, they have estimated their levels of income. Where are they? Where the height and income are correlated? Or how have they performed? Has dewormed really helped? There's a whole literature, a whole conversation on deworming you might need to follow. What I want to draw your attention to, this is how it was done. It was staggered in schools. So it was phased in based on schools district, right? 25 first. They couldn't roll out it at once. They delayed. That staggering allowed for evaluation to happen. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? You can read more about this paper if you are interested. Very, very useful and insightful paper. Okay, what are the advantages? Most useful when expanding over time, when there's time to expand. Phasing design is very useful. When everyone must get treatment eventually. You can't exclude everyone, in other words. It's very useful. What are the advantages? Easy to understand. Constraints is easy to explain. You don't have money, let's wait. You'll get later. Those who are getting today, control group complies because they expect to benefit later, right? But then we are assuming they're willing to wait. Some of them are not willing to wait. What are the disadvantages? Anticipation of treatment may impact short-run behavior. I know I'm going to get the money, hey, I'll start spending today. So I know it is coming, right? So it might affect our behavior today, which can bias the study. And it might be difficult to measure long-term impact because you can't keep people for 10 years, they're waiting for their turn. They look at you and say, hey, how now? Right. So usually for a short-lived evaluation, phasing design will be good because you don't want to keep people waiting for a long time. Okay, let's finish the last, and then we'll come to nightmares. We're almost there for today, at least we've done a good job. Takes time to peak, and that. Okay, let's do the last phase, encouragement design. And I'll give an example, I think, of what was done in India here. Sometimes it may not be possible to randomize program access. Sometimes it might be difficult. for many reasons. For example, vaccines. Can you randomize vaccines, like COVID vaccines? Can you do that and say, well, come kwanza, oh, sije kwanza? I don't know. Nairobi would have, it would be on fire. Huh? Right. So the government decided to make vaccines for everyone, right? Because they cannot randomize. But what did they do? What did they do in terms of encouraging people to go for vaccines? They did not offer money. I'm sure if they had offered money, people would have gone and lined up to be vaccinated, right? But what did they do to, what kind of encouragement? They threatened, you can't go to a shopping. So I don't know, what's the opposite of encouragement? So it was implicitly an encouragement, but in a forceful way, right? That you can't go. I remember one time I went to Junction, I can't go, I'm going to Spain. You're telling me I can't go to Spain. Yeah, okay, fine. You stay with your stuff. And then the very same people who are owning supermarket, they said, no, please open up. We're not selling here. Are we together? So, but many programs have less than 100% take up. You want people to take it up, but how do you encourage them to take it up? You see the difference, okay? So randomized encouragement to receive treatment. So you randomize encouragement to receive treatment. What kind of promotions do we usually get from mobile phones? I've not seen many in Kenya. I don't know, maybe I'm not on these platforms. If you go to supermarkets, discount here, 2%, 3%, 10% off, you can get, right? That's to encourage you to buy. It's behavioral, okay? To encourage you to buy. Something that makes the individual more likely to take the treatment. For us to encourage you to come for training, I think it was structured such that we said lunch, breakfast, it will be offered for free and there's no cost involved. Fully sponsored, right? You thought like, what? I'm going to get free food, free knowledge, and why would I need certificate? Then you did not read between the lines. You should have read between the lines, right? I know there are people who have reached out and asked questions. Can I? Is it free? Is it no, my phone and my link was busy. People asking questions. And I'm sure those who missed to come here in person today, you'll go and tell them, Bwana, free food, free knowledge. What else can you ask for in this world? But that was meant to encourage you to, yes, free Wi-Fi. That was meant to encourage you to come. So next time you hear we are doing this training, I'm sure you'll tell your friend, hey, don't miss that one. And now we have also set a very high bar, because tomorrow if you don't have money to pay for food, people say, yeah, this one, they've gone bankrupt. I don't think they're serious. Even we're offering free knowledge. Because the argument would be, you know what, come and pay for your own lunch. What we are giving you is more valuable than lunch, right? But we said, no, we are dealing with people. And these are going to be our stakeholders. We have to be considered. So we encouraged you. We gave you an incentive to come and stay. And I'm sure tomorrow, there are those who missed today, they would want to come. Are we together? You see how encouragement design is. So I applied randomization there on you. Okay. So here is how it looks encouraged. So you have to be, there are two things you have to be very careful: encouragement and participation. So don't mix those who are participating and those who are encouraged, because they can be similar but different. Okay. So here is these ones, the orange one, orange cycle one, these are encouraged. Okay. These ones participated and did not participate. So these ones are encouraged. See this, they're encouraged. These ones participated. You need to compare, if you are to do an evaluation, remember similarities, apple against apple. You need to compare Encouraged vis-a-vis not encouraged. Don't confuse them. Participated, not what? Participated. Very important. Do not compare participant to non-participants. Within participants who were encouraged, who were not encouraged. Are we together? Non-participants, they may not be people who have been encouraged for many other reasons. So it's very important to have those distinctions in your mind. Okay? So when we are doing encouragement design, see here, as I said, this must be correlated. See, participated and those who are encouraged, these are pretty much the same people. Those who participated, they can, a subset of those who are participating, it could be those who have been encouraged. So they should be correlated. And a subset of those who are not encouraged could correlate with those who are not participating. Is it not possible? It is very possible, right? And that's why I say, remember to compare encouraged vis-a-vis who? Not encouraged. Otherwise, you'll be comparing apple against oranges. So let's see an example of a program that was done in India. Health insurance for the poor in India. This is exactly the conversation in Kenya now on what? Universal health what? Coverage. It's topical. And I know there's a team that is working tirelessly. Right. So here, it was health insurance for the poor in India. Comes information campaign and door-to-door information to increase take-up of health insurance. Is it possible that in Kenya you introduce free health insurance and people do not take up? Huh? It is possible. There are people who don't want free health care. They are not Kenyans. Like surely. Huh? I'm saying, I'm not going to the hospital. I'm saying there are Kenyans who would refuse free health care. I'm a Tanzanian and I wouldn't refuse, trust me. Who would refuse to go to the hospital to be free? Okay, I will stop there. This one I will not comment. Let's go back to India. This Kenya is out of control. Okay, so our primary objective is to estimate the impact of health insurance. On what? On this. On CAMPS information for increased take-up of it. So the idea here, is this the case for registered? I can't remember because there are two cases that I wanted to compare. We will come to talk about it tomorrow. But here, you want to encourage people to take up health insurance. What do you do? So what's the impact of health insurance on any other health outcomes you might be interested in? Tomorrow, we'll give a case of vaccines in India, not today, tomorrow. A very interesting case. That's again, I'm trying to encourage you so you don't miss tomorrow. I'll make sure I end on high so that tomorrow you come, because you'll be wondering, what is it gonna say tomorrow about India that I want to know? And you'll be in the class, right? But we will look at this, we will refer back to this health insurance and vaccines take up in India and see how the design was done. It was a pure design, and we'll talk about it from the beginning to the end to the way they estimated, so that you also appreciate the process that went into it. Okay. What are the most useful for encouraging programs? Has to be open to all comers. You want to encourage everyone, it needs to be open. When take-up is low, but can be easily improved with an incentive. When you see there's no take-up or there's low take-up of an intervention, encouragement design can help, right? What are the advantages? Can randomize at an individual level even when the program is not administered at that level. You can do that. You're encouraging everyone to come. So we've done it at you as an individual level. What are the disadvantages? Measures impact of those who respond to the incentive only. So right now we cannot say the impact of this training on participants, only on those who came in this room and those who are online. Are we together? you need large enough inducement to improve take-up. You see, our inducement was free course, free certificate, free food, free. See, that was a huge inducement. We didn't say allowances. I'm sure if we had said allowances, this class would be full. If we had said even $10 a day for attending, trust me, people will be queuing, yeah? And the vice chancellor will be asking, what is going on here? 6 a.m. people will be here. Let's see tomorrow. Should we put that encouragement? Encouragement itself may have direct effect. So that encouragement itself may introduce some bias, because people will come to class not because they want to be in class, but because there is, you see, so you have to word encouragement in a very smart way. Okay, so what do we need to keep in mind? What are the things to remember? In randomized assignment, large enough samples produce two statistically equivalent groups, the laws of large numbers. We'll talk about this in statistics, I think tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. We have to identify perfect clone. That's what it says. The accurate counterfactual, not false counterfactual. Feasible for prospective evaluation is oversubscription or excess demand. When there's an evaluation, which is prospective in nature, and there's oversubscription or excess demand, randomization, especially phasing design, can help. Okay? Or even the simple lottery. Most pilots and new programs fall into this category. You want to, but there are the big project, which has cost implications. Remember, we talked about cost in the morning, right? You want to pilot, randomization can be a good way, because remember, you're drawing a sample from the total population, the external validity bit, right? So you can randomize by piloting in a small group if it works. And remember, because of the external validity argument, what happens? You can scale it up, right? That's what it means. Now, to conclude for today, I have a couple of what are the nightmares. So far, it has been so smooth. You tend to go home and say, now I know randomization. Well, have you randomized? I'm sure today we'll be asking people, have you randomized? Just to throw some big words. Eh? And in the room, you are, everyone turns around and look at now, they're turning around. Yes, that's good, that's good. I would consider, I would consider phasing randomization in this case. I'm sure today, this week, you will be experts. Have you randomized? Have you randomized? It's good, it shows you have learned. But what are the nightmares? Nightmares. Somebody talked about spillovers. The first nightmare for randomization is what? Spillovers. The Busia example, imagine if you had dewormed children of the same school. One class is control, another class is treated. This class is control, this class is treated. We are all in the same. Do you think this is who jump? First of all, there's spillover in the sense that, there's literature on health that says if you are living close to somebody who's healthier, you tend to be less weaker. Your ability to be infected also. You get what I'm saying? There's positive spillovers for the kids who are dewormed against those who are not dewormed. And it could also be negative spillovers for the kids who are not dewormed to the kids who are we together? So spillovers is something to watch out for. And that's why you need to decide what unit of randomization is important when you're designing your study. Some studies, as much as they're interesting to do at the individual level, they can't because of spillover and contamination, okay? And under spillovers, there's a principle called SUTVA, Stable Unit Treatment Variable Assumption. It's an assumption. SUTVA, Stable Unit Treatment Variable Assumption. What does SUTVA mean? SUTVA means when I am estimating the impact of treated group, there should not be a spillover. So when you are doing the intervention, he is in the treated group. It should not be the case, this assumption states, it should not be the case that he can go and influence the control group. Because he's positively treated, and that can have an impact. That assessment, that impact will not be stable. SUTVA requires that stability, meaning no spillovers. Another nightmare for randomizing, attrition. You have randomly drawn your sample of control and treated group. Remember, you're doing baseline, right? You have done the treatment. By the time you are coming to do endline, the sample has gone down for many reasons. And that's why in other studies, people track these individuals. Where are they? What happened to them? Attrition can affect your sample. And it can be a nightmare, especially if the period in between the intervention until endline is long. People might not even be there. Imagine the Busia study, you go there for those children, parents have moved. That's attrition. Now, as researchers, what do? We'll talk about those. And then there's what we call imperfect compliance. Now you're given a pill to drink, you chew. You are told swallow, or you chew. Then you swallow. But the instruction was, so imperfect compliance. Maybe chewing can have a ramification in your blood metabolism. We don't know that. I'm not a biologist, I'm trying to think. But there could also be less than 100% taker for reasons of compliance. For reasons you said, some of them because of religious beliefs. They don't want to do vaccines. Imperfect what? Compliance. People do not comply for other reasons. Or in a worst case scenario, contamination, where control group also become treated group because they hear, hey, my friend, you are taken by events here. They are free vouchers, come. And they might not come, you might take more and go and sneak them. Hey, because they are your relatives, how come you are enjoying and they're not? You see what I'm saying? Which is very important to think about when you're doing designing. Very important. The last for today. So far we've assumed we can randomize. What if we can't? Do we have an option? Oh, that's the end of our story. You should go home and sleep. The answer is yes. What if we can't randomize? Programs that have to target particular population, example, pension programs that target population of a certain age. You can't randomize pension, surely, can you? And say these ones, 60, they're all above, they're all eligible. You receive first, I receive, I'll be dead, my friend. I want my money now. There are means-tested anti-poverty programs. You can't randomize. And sometimes it may be logistically impossible to randomize. In this case, we turn to quasi-experimental methods, which I'll start tomorrow. For today, those who are online, I don't know how many are there still. How many?
55.
Oh, good number. They've persevered. For today, let me stop here. I hope it has been a very interesting journey so far. There's still a lot more. So now I'll open for questions, discussions, concerns. Anyone?
Thank you very much. My name is Chandra. One question that I've been having, we are talking about randomization and all these things what we are learning. What is the place of multidisciplinary engagement within these processes? Because I know the way economists will do randomization is not the way statisticians will do the same. So, what is the place of multidisciplinary engagement?
Who else?
So I just, on the slide you were showing about the uptake on the laptops,
the phase-in.
I just wanted to find out, so how did they determine that the pupils that were left out, or the students that were left out, completely did not have access to a laptop? Because I'm thinking that's a confounding factor, right? You can assume a child does not have access to a laptop because when they come to school, there's no laptop. But it could be that at home, a relative who is working in town has made it possible that the child
could have access to laptops.
Yes, access to a desktop or a laptop at home. I'm just trying to, it's just been playing in my mind. Just trying to find out how that was controlled.
Okay. Another one.
My name is Mumia Musaji from the University of Nairobi. I'm wondering, just perhaps emphasizing, echoing the question that was raised by my colleague here about the convergence or conviviality of disciplines on this particular training. I have attended trainings where non-mathematicians feel comfortable, people who are not inclined to statistics. And when you started the training, I felt like it was pitched in a place where perhaps those who are not statistically inclined were like, you can walk, take a walk. So I'm just wondering, looking at the fact that this organization is a social science-based entity, is there room for non-statisticians? Are there methods of M&D policy non-statistic oriented? I'm an M&D specialist myself, and I do basic calculus, basic statistics in my research and my M&D baselines. But the manner in which you had projected the pickup points, I felt it was a little bit out of
your comfort zone.
Yeah. So I'm wondering whether it will continue like that tomorrow, so I don't come.
I see, you don't want to get out of your comfort zone. Then you don't become a good researcher. And this is the problem of African researchers. African researchers, a good researcher is well-rounded. I'm an economist by training, a hardcore development economist. But I know qualitative approaches very well, more than qualitative people. But my training was hardcore economist. If I go back to, this is qualitative from where I stand. If I go into the real me, we'll be talking numbers and theories will be confused. But one thing over the years I've learned is to appreciate other disciplines. And I can tell you it has made me a very powerful researcher. Because when I cross over to the other disciplines, I can engage. I've been involved in evaluating programs that are not my specialty, but I'm aware. In environment and climate change. Why? Because they saw that I have this impact evaluation, which is cross-cutting. Okay? I want to encourage you. Learning new discipline in the current contemporary research world is a plus because it expands you, it allows you to see the other, and even in your own discipline, to be able to be more reflective. If you are narrow focused, we always tend to miss the bigger picture. And that's where, as economists, sometimes we go wrong. We make assumptions and models that have failed even to predict financial crisis. In 2008, that was the blame. It just happened under our nose. Because some of those assumptions may not be realistic, but if you had involved other disciplines, perhaps you would have found. And that's why economics now is evolving as a discipline. We have still retained our quant because without, quantitative gives you objective way of looking at things. Math. Of course, people have complained too much mathness is also, it derails away the key, which you have a point there. So the question, how do you strike balance? On this training, towards the end, we have qualitative approaches to evaluation, which you will see it's purely quantitative, and maybe you might be home. Okay? But a good research, a good policy analyst, a good policy whoever, you need to be well-rounded. So if you are too comfortable in your zone, my friend, you're narrow. And for me, you can't engage with me. I'll shoot you before you land. But I don't want someone to shoot me before I land. If we talk health, I'm aware of what is going in health. I don't have, okay, I have areas that I've specialized, right? But I'm also aware, it being a development, it's being aware as an economist, what is happening where. If you see, you have seen me talking in agriculture issues, I've talked on health issues, I've talked education issues, because I'm versed. I read widely, I have an area that I can speak with clear authority, I have areas that you can't lie, I can contribute to the conversation. I understand the literature, I understand the methodologies, I understand the tools and techniques of estimation, and that made me very powerful because I can model in many directions, in many ways. And I can see, so I can apply my applied econometrics in many directions. At the same time, I can apply mixed methods in different directions. So there are contexts within which I can use mixed methods, and I've done that in Kenya. I have several studies that I've done in Kenya. Nothing regression, nothing, it's just qualitative approaches, engaging focus group discussion, which we'll talk about during data collection, and you'll appreciate why all this is important. So what I want to encourage you is to, for researchers, particularly not for you, and I want to speak to those across many other countries, be open-minded. Have your own niche, have your own discipline, but be aware of what other disciplines are doing. It makes you very powerful. You're not biased type of researcher. You're a researcher who also appreciates. You're not an arrogant prick, let me put it that way. Because those who tend to say, me, I'm here, they tend to be very arrogant pricks. They think they know it all, and they don't. A good researcher is somebody who appreciates other disciplines, who always is willing to learn, because research is an evolving process. This is one way of understanding the tools of research. These are tools of trade. You don't have to be an economist to use them. We have trained for the last 5 years, I've been training, 5, 6, 7 years, I've been training so many people, media people. We train media people. They don't need to know this, but they need to know how to accurately report impacts. So each training is tailored to a particular need. We have trained policymakers, very high level CEOs, ministers, where they sit in to synthesize and understand. They don't have to know R square or regression, but that they know, it helps them. Imagine me as a policymaker, you are my analyst, you come and lie to me, my friend, I'll fire you on this. Because I know, I'll ask you questions. How did you arrive to this? Oh, I'm like, dude, no, go read this literature, I know. This policy is flawed. If a boss tells you that, you should go back and say, look at your certificate, what did I get? My point I'm trying to say here, it's good and health mentally and professionally and technically to learn new things. You don't lose. There are things I've learned in the course of my career that I never thought I would come and use them. But now when you speak, that's when they pop up. Like, oh, so I read that one. Oh, this is what it means. Oh. And it really makes you rich. So yes, we're going to get there. We're doing this bit. Ideally, this training is for hard sciences. And hard sciences, biology is math, pure statistics. In economics, it's also applied, but we bring, economics is social science, part of the social science discipline, right? Only that it has a little bit more of quantitative models and whatnot, because that's how economics. Public health is also quantitatively heavy, marketing, they do modeling behavior, actually. They want this. Educational policymakers, they want this. Some of the examples I've talked about, their entrepreneurship, their education, their health. Even health planners and practitioners, they want this. So I want to encourage all of you is to learn with an open mind. And I know my brother was just talking to say tomorrow he won't come. He's already hooked and he wants to come for sure. Okay? So I don't know whether I answered. So, but the way we have structured in the past, the way we used to teach this was purely targeting policymakers, economists. But we have diluted, and you will see the program as we go along. By the end of the week, you will not only learn, in fact, you'll have forgotten these. And that's why we put statistics. For example, whether you're drawing sample or not, it doesn't matter which discipline are you, the rules are the same. Right. Okay, in qualitative studies, they use a lot of purposive sampling. Well, I have my own reservation if you ask me. But sometimes when I am asked to do it, I'll do it. But it's a little bit of, I get skin rashes. Yeah, because my training does not allow purposive sampling is biased. But qualitative people would argue and say, no, it doesn't matter. What we're caring is the in-depth interviews, the conversation, the richness, blah, blah, blah. Apply in vivo, get content analysis. I've had to learn all those things. But my training is coding, writing scripts, writing. Imagine if I was enclosed in that world. Where would I be today? I would need to only sit with econ students. Those would be my friends. Econ gurus. I would miss out. But now I can sit with public policy practitioners. I can sit with public health. If my brothers from econ would come, we would have a serious conversation about econ issues. I am different, and I would encourage you to do the same. Your question on what can we do in case of phasing design, right? You have a phasing design. How do we ensure those ones? Unfortunately, I don't have a good answer for you. But if I am to refer to the case of the deworming, the way it was done, they separated the villages. So they draw schools from this village. So first there was no contamination. But how do you ensure that the villages where there was control, they did not receive deworming drugs, right? That's your worry. Unfortunately, you can't. That's why in the equation here, we have this. We have this, any other factors. There are things that you can't model. But when you try to design, you design in such a way that you are able to address that to a large extent. You can't rule it out completely because some of these things are not there. Right? Maybe they saw news on the TV and suddenly the government is issuing deworming, for example, or laptops, as you said. Maybe they went to a neighbor, a child in the neighborhood has a laptop, and he gives him or her 1 hour to play with it, right? That enhances their skills. So there are all these confounding factors, but some of these you cannot observe. If you are able to observe, you will definitely account for them in your regression. Okay? So it's just, and that's why context always matters. Explaining your design is very important. Because if you miss out on that, you might be challenged, as you rightly put. Someone would say, I don't think your results are credible for the same reason you said. How did you account for this? How did you do that? In economics, sometimes we include what we call fixed effects. You know, there's fixed effects in panel data. We include fixed effects. So fixed effects, for example, at a country level, at a subnational level, will take into consideration any unobserved time-varying factors or that you can't capture in the model. So you can introduce maybe individual fixed effects, right, in that case. But you know, fixed effects tend to eat the explanatory power of your model. That's another conversation. You need to go into econometrics and have a conversation here. But there are different ways of thinking, and economics as a discipline, they have tried to do that. But sometimes, as you say, yeah, social scientists say, these economists, what is this fixed effect? So other sociologists will say, I want to sit with the community, understand the context. And I think we need to converge, and I like the conversation about disciplines. How do we bring these? In fact, when I teach this class, it's just that the first part of this is mathness a bit, but as we go along, we try to apply practical examples of how this can be applied in your discipline, which is very important. There's nothing wrong learning the tool. In fact, what I'm teaching is not even econometrics, it's purely tools of analysis. This is one of them. The same way one will teach you mixed method. One will teach you to do what? In gendering research. How do you factor gender into the research design? Are we together? They're all tools to help you become a better researcher, a better policy analyst, who's well-rounded to understand the context better. Because if you don't get the context right, trust me, you write a bogus research paper, which will have bogus policy implications. And policymakers will look at it. Are we together? I don't scare you, but I just want to encourage you. I'm sorry if I come across scaring you, but I want to encourage you that there's happiness in being multidisciplinary. There's so much power in looking at things from different perspectives. There's so much power. So don't look at math and say, this is too much, I don't know. Just be open to learning. have that spirit in you, that this is a new area, and maybe you might write a Nobel Prize out of that. You might rediscover your potential. It's not true that we don't like math, it's the conditioning. We were meant to believe math is special for special people, but that's not true. We can learn anything. Bible Proverbs 23:7 says, as the man thinketh, so is he. You can be whoever you want to be. Thank you.
Chris, Chris is online. I want to allow you to speak. I hope you're ready. Give it a go, Chris. Are you still on? Chris Derek Opio.
Yes, I'm on. Thank you.
Proceed.
I posted in the chat just about in cases of maybe how would you avoid or prevent aspects of spillovers. That's just the question that I just posed in here. Thank you, and over. Otherwise, I really appreciate the session. It was really very interactive and very interesting as I've kept until now. Thank you. Over, Doctor.
Thank you. There's another question from Faith. She asks about the issue of encouragement design. When you're working in that context and you're not able to offer financial incentives, what can you do? How do you go about it to ensure you get the same results?
Wow, these financial incentives. Well, encouragement could come in any shape or form, right? There are many ways you can encourage people. Of course, money is very attractive in many ways to all of us. You see money, your blood stops for a second, and people think fast when there's money, right? But there could be many reasons for offering encouragement. It could be something cultural. Maybe people are sensitive, they like it, right? Maybe something that assimilates to these people in one way or the other to encourage them. We are not offering money in this case, but we are offering training that really assimilates with you because you can see yourself post this training, what value add you get. That's the encouragement. Right, of course, as I said, if we had added on top of it some ice, I'm sure the room would be full. But we also deliberate, we don't want the room to be too full. Okay, 1, 2, 3 people who can focus, and you're here. So I don't have a precise answer whether money can do the trick. It depends on the context, it depends on the program, it depends on the project you are doing, the intervention you want to do. Context is always very important. The other one is on spillovers. I think I answered, no? Okay, how do you cater? Designing again. How do we cater for spill? How do we, and this is where I say, at what level should you randomize? Remember when we were talking of unit of randomization? That's exactly the reason why you can use at that point to think about nightmares, spillovers, being one of them. If you want to design a randomization at unit, at individual level, and you know too well that this can't work, then it go to the higher level, the bigger cluster. And then you account for those I said in the morning, intra-cluster correlation, how many should you sample? We will come back to that when we talk of power analysis, okay? Because we'll address some of these. And again, today, when we talk of statistics, what I've really tried is not to make it too much of numbers and try to relate to reality. You don't, in most cases, that's why I said you need to have multidisciplinary teams. In most cases in a project, you'll have a statistician, you'll have an economist, you'll have an environmental, whatever, right, and a PI. These days, donors encourage such multidisciplinary teams because of different skills coming together. So you don't have to know everything yourself. You don't have to be an econometrician. Hire one. You don't have to be a statistician. Hire one. So don't be mean. When you write grant proposal, bring multiple teams. You want a public health specialist, have him. You want somebody who can do modeling, qualitative modelers, they're there. You want an M&D guy, the guy has already mentioned, he's available. You bring him. The idea is you have multidisciplinary teams such that when you're submitting a proposal, everyone has a role to what? To play. And you'll be a very powerful team to do very meaningful projects. When it comes to quantitative analysis, relax. Respect other people's discipline. Let them do. In your area, you chime in. And that's how collaboration could work very well. And that's how others are doing in the West. They don't do, because I was trained as an economist, I wouldn't know so much about environment. For me to have confidence in what I'm going to write on environment, I would need somebody who has done environment, right? If I want someone on health, I'll need a public health specialist in the team. Okay, I can do some statistics, I can do, but if I want to get someone guru in qualitative issues, I'll hire someone in qualitative issues. So you see, the team is complete. I complement the team in quantitative, and I understand the qualitative, someone on public health, someone in educational planning, someone together. It's a very powerful team that can do a very impactful project. So I would encourage you, when you're designing even research proposals, when I was a grad student, they used to say, when I did my PhD, I collaborated with people, other students. Some of my thesis chapters were collaborations, and purely students with varied interest coming together. And that's the model that is being done in the US, that's the model that's being done in Europe. But here we still say, you write your own thesis chapters. It doesn't work like that. The world has moved. Collaboration. And now they even do global north, global south. That's where the level of knowledge evolution has happened. But where are we in Africa? The doctoral students, you have to gangana, wewe tu kungangana. But we can demystify some of these things. Okay? All right. Now I'm becoming very passionate. Yes. Another question? Okay.
Peter Wake, I'm allowing you to ask your question. Please try. Speak now.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you for very insightful presentation and training. So my question is just related to sample size. In some studies and some impact analysis study, I saw like the treatment group is a small number, like smaller than the control group. But in today's example, I saw like the treatment group is 320 and the control group is 182. Is there any standard, or which one is more preferable? Is it the treatment is larger side than the control, or the other way around? So I just want to get clarity on that. Thank you so much.
Well, I will keep you in suspense so tomorrow during class. I have the answer, but I will answer it when we do power analysis. Again, these are good questions. You guys are thinking ahead. How large your sample should be? I've been asking that question today, right? That's the question she's asking. And what are the risks of having oversampled or undersampled group? What does it mean? So let's first do the power analysis, understand how power is done, what does it mean, and hypothesis testing. And then from there, we can actually make sense of all these questions. So what's the name? Fitterwork. Please make sure you attend class tomorrow. So that's an encouragement. I'll hold the answer for today, but I'll definitely answer it along the week. Any other? No more? Okay. Kichwa sio tumbo. We have tried to push for today. I hope to see all of you tomorrow. One thing you have noticed, I start on time. If you are late, it's at your own loss. I will not wait for you. If we are starting what time tomorrow? 8:30 sharp, I'll be starting. So those who are online, we cannot keep them delaying because we are late to come here. I'll start at 8:30 sharp. So please be on time. Thank you. Oh, what's you now?
Hello, so we can go have our tea as we mingle a bit, and then we can go home. Thank you.